Take flight. Marc D with the C's got the key to life. Retro toys and comics we adore. TV and movies, let's explore. Sunday Night Geekery, it's the place to be. With Marc D with the C, let your nerd run free. Old school vibes and stories untold. Tune in, tune out, let the magic unfold.
Hey everyone, welcome to Sunday Night Geekery. And yes, it does help. I already boomered to unmute the mic, but sorry, a couple minutes late. Was streaming with Tom over at Midnight Suns, talking Jaws at 50. So we're gonna do a little bit of that talk tonight, and we'll see who jumps in to join us. Right now, I'll be going solo, so hopefully that's okay with you guys. But hail to Gap After Dark. Great to see you, Brian Hepburn. All right, and JT Kirk. All right, JT. Hey, if JT is here, we got to play something from Star Trek, right? How about that's a good way to say hi to JT Kirk, right? Great to see you. And Maddie's daddy is in the chat. Great to see you, Steve. Hope you had a great weekend. And of course, when Steve is here, we always play this. And let's see who else is hanging out with us tonight. And the great Captain Infinity, the Time Police, is here. Keep all our time travel stories safe and secure, and don't break Clobby's law. And of course, speaking of clobbering times, always have to remember our buddy Mike.
I just love clobbering time.
So hope everyone is doing well. We got a heat wave in the Northeast, of course. Steve Mitchum would laugh at that. It was, how was it, 98 degrees here, wasn't it? 115 last time you were on with me or in Vegas, you were telling us. So stay safe out there, everyone. But wow, I don't know if I thought it was hot today here, and that's crazy. Yep. So tonight, yeah, we're gonna talk a little Jaws at 50. You know, a little box office. We got foodery, and yeah, we'll famous last words. Since we started late, we'll try not to go too late, but in the name of getting to work to me, I better not do a 4-hour show tonight. But there is some foodery, and the good news is I got clam pizza this weekend. So, you know, once you get clam pizza, then it's a good weekend, right? I mean, so right? Yeah. So I'm sure you're all out there groaning, but Pepe's Pizza is celebrating their 100th birthday. So they were founded, obviously, if you do the math, which math is hard, but if you subtract 2025 from 1925, you can guess when they were founded. So we'll be talking a little bit of Pepe's Pizza tonight, because they had a free pie if you went. Nick Wise would have loved that. So they had a free pie if you went to Pepe's Pizza this weekend, just during lunch, and you had to be there in person too, right? Yeah, it wasn't you know, you couldn't just order takeout, and they weren't just going to deliver that for you. So but yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was fun. So I was glad I got that free. Anything free is good, right, guys? Yep. So the free pizza was good. So I'm organizing my foodery pictures right now. Let me adding into the food album. I think I've got all these in, so I think that's good. I think that goes back. Yep. So yeah, Steve says, yeah, 115, much cooler than today though. Only 88. Wow, I think it was actually warmer here in Connecticut. Wow, that's kind of crazy, but when we have warmer weather than Vegas. But I'm glad it was 80. Glad it's 88. Yep. And Steve says you can so you can subtract me from clam pizza and Phantom Who. Hey, Phantom Who, clam pizza. Yep. And yeah, you're correct, Captain Infinity. Yeah, they did. I haven't read the Jaws book, but yeah, marine biologist was getting busy with Officer Brody's wife. Yeah, that's for sure. And she wasn't happy. Tom was just telling us the Midnight Said not happy because then her part was that whole subplot getting taken out, which I think that was a good idea to take that out. Not it's fine for the novel, but that just adds another dimension you really don't need. But I guess all her scenes got cut, so that didn't help her enjoy. She's, I guess, when anytime an actor has scenes cut, right, they can't be happy about it. So and yes, and as Steve says, yes, Clobby forever. Yep. So yeah, sorry about the clam pizza guy. Actually, the table, you'll sympathize with this. The table next to us, they came and they got the free pizza and they ordered the clam, and they didn't like the clam. They didn't send it back, but I took a picture. They left like 4 or 5 pieces there. I was like, my wife is like, if you grab a piece of pizza that they left behind, I'm going to shoot you. You're like, give me that glare. But well, Phantom, they don't. They sell lots of other stuff too. They have normal pizzas. They have the Abbey normal pizzas, and they have the regular pizza. Yep. So and JT says 98 degrees in Detroit, not the musical group. Yep. So yeah, Phantom asks, what did Mrs. Brody's bedroom activities have to do with the shark? I mean, unless she was romantically involved with the shark. Well, if you've watched The Boys, wasn't the Aquaman the deep? He's having an affair with an octopus. Oh, it was gross. Yep. And they didn't like the clam pizza. Color me shocked. Yeah, I was shocked. Yeah. Shocked. And I can't believe there's gambling going on here too. Yep. Oh, Mark, that was a Yoda reference in Empire. Oh yeah. Sometimes I'm very slow on the uptick here, so bear with me. Sorry, I missed the reference there. Yep. Come on, Mark, get with it. So yeah, so today I watched a bunch of Jaws documentary in preparation for being on the stream tonight. That's why I started the Geekery an hour later, because Jaws is one of those special movies that it's just one of the all-time great movies. Just sometimes just when a plan comes together, to quote Hannibal Smith, it's just amazing, right? So yeah, on paper it it didn't look like it was going to work, and all the difficulties of filming at sea. Yeah, because originally the studio executives, well, back up a bit. First of all, Spielberg is not the Spielberg that we know now. He was coming off. He had made that great TV movie Duel, kind of like a precursor to Jaws. With the truck, the 18-wheeler truck going crazy. But yeah, so he'd had that under his belt and some TV work, and one other movie. So what was his first? I just that tip of my tongue, and I'm forgetting his first movie that I don't think did that well. But he was not a household name yet. He's not Steven Spielberg in terms of the pull and creative genius that we'd learn later. But they had faith in them to do Jaws, and the producer of Jaws, Zaslav, saw what he had done and just knew, he had the vision to see what a great director he was. So yeah, I'm trying to find what was his first movie. It was Sugarland Express. Yeah, Sugarland Express. So yeah, with I think that was Goldie. Yeah, Goldie Hawn. Okay. So yeah, so he's not a big time director yet, and you're making a movie. First of all, they make it on the water, so you guys all know about Waterworld, what a disaster that was. So I'm sure the studio wanted to do it on a back lot or a lake or somewhere much easier to film, and Steven Spielberg insisted on doing it on the ocean to get that realistic view and look, and being isolated, you're out on the ocean all alone, and of course, famously, the shark Bruce did not work. So the original shark had a lot of electronics in it, and of course, they tested in the freshwater out in California, and it brought it to the East Coast, Martha's Vineyard. All the electronics went flooey, and my understanding is they replaced all the electronics with the pneumatics, so the shark would actually, would work. And of course, it still had tons of trouble. But sometimes when something goes wrong, that's when things go right. Sometimes, so by not having the shark work, that made Steven Spielberg look to alternate avenues to make this movie more terrifying. And yep, let me I don't want to sign in. Oh, I have to enter my email to read this article. All right. Oh, come on, National Geographic. Let me put in junk email. I'm just logging into an article so we can look at Jaws at 50. But sometimes you get pissed off at life, and things go wrong, and sometimes things happen for a reason, and then it works out in the end. There's a reason behind it, or who knows, but it works better for everyone all around in the end. So here, let me show this article from National Geographic here. There we go. Let's make this full screen. Yeah, so Jaws, it's rated PG too. So I did not see this as a kid. So one of my most terrifying moments, in that summer of '75 when it came out. I remember I went to, around here we're on the water, so you go to camp, and part of camp is they have they put you on, you learn sailing or go sailing on little very small boats. So I was on a Sunfish, which is a really small boat. If you know it, it's one of the most easy boats to learn to sail on. Simple mast, simple rigging, and there's basically just a spot to put your feet in the boat. You just sit on the edge here. So here's a classic Sunfish. So the rigging is really easy. You just pull that sail up, and it has a block on top, and it just raises the mast up. And there's a dagger board here where the board just goes up through the hull. So super simple, but you can see, you're not very protected there. You're just sailing there. You're like basically on top of the water. So picture a scene like that. There's like 4 or 5 of us kids on this boat, and I'm like, I'm probably 7 or 8 years old at this point, and counselors put us on one of these Sunfishes. We don't know how to sail, right? Mind you, I'm like 8-year-old kid, never been alone on a boat before, no idea how to sail, and they have a big, huge boombox. So picture, this massive boombox you had in the '70s. Say Anything boombox. John Cusack would have been there holding that up. And they're blasting the theme from Jaws at full blast. And they're like, well, there's a lot of sharks that are out this way. Of course, there's no sharks there. I mean, well, yeah, there's small little, sand sharks and, tiny sharks. And they're like, there's a lot of sharks out here. We are freaking terrified. The boat's rocking. It's windy. They're like, you better not capsize there. Like, you bastards. So I think I lasted a week at that camp. But they got a lot of complaints. A lot of complaints that week from the camp. So to the camp counselors there. So that was my first Jaws experience in terms of sheer terror. Because just never forget that with getting scared. And you're on this little teeny boat either. If you're on a motorboat or something. Hey, it's not so bad, but it's that was damn that was damn scary. Yep. And Donnie's here. And, JT said, electronics and water, what could go wrong? Yep. I loved using Seymour Butts at AOL.com for years as a fake email address. Yep. And Donnie says, hello again, Marc D. Hope all is well despite passing of Jack Betts, who I loved as Counselor Brody in Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. Oh, That's sad news. Yep. And yeah, so here's a nice article about food fights, fake blood, obsessed fans when Jaws invaded Martha's Vineyard. So Martha's Vineyard is this tiny little island off the coast of Massachusetts. So and it's a tourist island. You know, it's uh, basically it's its main economy there is tourism, right? So let me pull up a map of Martha's Vineyard here. Let's see here. Oh, where's my map? Oh, take me to the map. You know, sometimes you try to find things on the interwebs and they keep asking you for AI. No, I don't want the AI. I just want to click on the map and show Martha's Vineyard. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Take the search off here. All right. So here's just to show you where Martha's Vineyard is. Here's Providence, and Cape Cod is here. And there once was a sailor from Nantucket, if you know that ditty. And then here's Martha's Vineyard, where Jaws was filmed. I don't know if it was filmed. I can't remember if it was filmed on this side or. There's Chappaquiddick, famous, unfortunately, because of Ted Kennedy. Chappaquiddick Bridge that you can go across, which I believe is right here. There's a little there's a ferry boat here, the Chappaquiddick Ferry. Get your car in there. You can go on to this little spot on Chappaquiddick Road, and that's unfortunately where Mary Jo Kopechne lost her life. So that's Chappaquiddick Island there, and I think some of the scenes were filmed. Oh, probably right here in Edgartown Beach. I think that's where they were. I think that was filmed, but don't quote me on that. But as you can see, yeah, it's just basically it's an island that's dedicated to tourism, right? Probably not that many people live there year round. Yep. Hey, and Apollo's Minion is here. Great to see you. Hopefully the stream is Truck Dog approved. There's See Me. So everyone make sure you sub to Apollo's Minion channel. Here, let me grab where's my my list of my favorite channels here. Let me put your channel in the chat here. Here we go. Let me grab that. Let's go back to comments here. Okay. There we go. Great to see you. Yep. Remember, Mark, that shark is a person. His name is Bruce. Yeah. They call me Bruce. Yep. Yep. Yeah, we never really did find out what happened to that bridge and Ted Kennedy. Yeah, well, that sank his ability to be president, literally, unfortunately, but at the expense of her life. Yep. So yeah, there's books and movies about that. The movie that came out was okay, but I thought it could have been a little bit harsher. But yeah, just horrible real life event. And I think that happened the weekend that we landed on the moon too. So a lot of attention was off of that for a while, and then the heat came back on after. But yeah, a lot of shady things happening in terms of the cover up there. Yep. Yeah, I did not successfully cross the bridge. Yep. No, I've been to Martha's Vineyard, but we did not go to the island. Yep. But you can see the little ferry running there. We rented bikes when we were there, so we're just biking everywhere. Yep. And or we took the bus. Like you take a bus, bus around the island, did some tours and stuff. But yep. And actually, when we were there, John F. Kennedy Jr. was there. My wife was going crazy. And that was when she was dating Daryl Hannah. And this is before the interwebs and phones. So, all these girls were running around like, JFK Jr. is here, is on the island. They were like chasing him around from store to store. So, yeah. So, yep. And Phantom says, I'm not clear in touch with the geek that reference, I'm a person and my name is Anakin, LOL. Oh, I'm missing these references tonight. It's bad. Yep. Don't feed me to the shark. Yep. Don't feed me to Bruce. Yep. Shark is looking pretty good there too. When the shark and the only thing I don't like about the shark is that little flap in the jaw there. and one of the designers, and if you look at any of the documentaries that are out, and they're on YouTube too. I was watch a bunch of them today, as I said, and he said we really hated that flap that was in the because of the jaw mechanism, but that's how it's it's Bruce, right? That's part of the character of the shark. Yep. So here's the first paragraph here. It says Jaws didn't just change cinematic history. The summer blockbuster also transformed Martha's Vineyard. Long before the Clintons, Obama, Oprah, and Larry David moved in to make it the star's second home locale on the eastern seaboard, the tranquil New England island was everything Hollywood wasn't. In fact, prior to director Steven Spielberg and crew setting up cameras to create the definitive shark thriller, the last movie to shoot there was in the silent era. Oh, wow. Jaws put us on the map, explains Martha's Vineyard Museum research librarian Bao Van Rippern. It was what really kicked off the world coming to the vineyard. And certainly nowadays, it's nothing to see cars from every state in the country coming over the course of the summer. And people from all over the globe planning pilgrims to see Amity in person. So, so you can take a ferry there and, get your car onto the island. You have to reserve it way in advance. Or like when we went there, last time I went there, we just go ride the ferry and then, rent bikes, or you can rent mopeds or scooters there too. Yep. So I guess, that's Jaws Bridge. Yep. Wooden walkway connecting the towns of Egerton and Oak Bluffs. It was featured in the film, and you'll see plenty of Jaws references while you're there. Yep. So which is really cool. And of course, if you're a fan of the movie, then you can always you seek out these locations and find what was on the film. And it was fun watching these documentaries, was seeing how many local people they used in this in the movie. They just grabbed locals and added a lot of flavor to the movie. So that was that was great to see, because you don't realize it, watching then when you watch these documentaries, you find out who was who was the local, who wasn't. So like famously, the scene when they've got the shark, the tiger shark, that's not not Jaws, but they've got some locals there with some great lines. And the joke when they Hooper asked where can I eat at a restaurant, what's a good restaurant to eat in a town, and they're across they're on the dock, and they tell Hooper, well, just walk straight forward, as a screw you. And then the Hooper, he's like, oh, you're all gonna die, they're all gonna die, the guys that are gonna go out in these little dinghies to try to kill the shark. So but so there's a lot of history to to the movie that's still there, is being shot obviously on location. And it really makes the movie more grounded, because it's not shot on a studio lot, and it's not shot one of those fake Hollywood sets, where of course they can make things look real, but it's just adds to the character in that quaint, New England town. It's perfect, right? It fits the story perfectly. Of course, the businessmen, the town leaders don't want to shut the beaches down, right? Because that's where they make their money, right? So, sharks are bad for business, right? Yep. Shark was a serial eater. Yep. Yeah, that shark had not a job, but jobs like Dixon. But that shark was, I'm not a crook. I'm not a crook. Not a crook. Yeah, I can't do a Nixon that well. Yep. Yep. They need a crossover film. Jaws meets Amityville Horror. It's a comedy. To remember the Carol Burnett skit with the toilet shark. Well, we had land sharks, and Carol Burnett, I guess, had a toilet shark. That's scary. God, I don't even want to think about that. Yep. So let's see. Production designer Joe Alves, and he's in quite a bit of this documentary I watched today, chose the vineyard only because the boats weren't running to Nantucket that day. So he said, well, I'll take it where it's going. Oh, okay, yeah, because you would have the Nantucket ferry and the Martha's Vineyard ferry. Yep. And he came over to the vineyard. The first day of principal photography was the scene where I find a hand on the beach. I was so nervous I probably could have thrown up. Wow. I guess they're talking about, this was Deputy Hendricks. Yep. So The filmmakers often added me to scenes because the animatronic shark named Bruce wasn't working. But you had no choice. You had to keep trying to shoot something. They were masterful in keeping production going. What an effort it was. The rumors they were going to pull the plug. This was never going to work. They were going to just eat their losses and say no more. But it was a perfect creative storm. The music, the editing, everything came together. You couldn't see it then, but Jaws reshaped the way movies are made. It was a Hollywood invasion that worked. Yeah, so I think the budget originally was $5 million or something like that. And it ended up being costing at the end $15 million. So that's when I was saying that Spielberg wasn't the Steven Spielberg that we know, today. So yeah, would they shut down a Spielberg movie today? No, definitely not. Yeah, back then he was having nightmares and he was just couldn't sleep, and the stress of trying to shoot on the water was so horrific that they had production delays, bad weather, dealing with the currents. They tried to set up a shot, and then the sun would move. Lighting's critical to a movie, or a boat would come into the view of their shot, and they'd have to wait, a couple hours or whatever for the boats in the background to move because they didn't wanted to seem like they were totally isolated on the water. So let me see. Is this safe to put up? Yep. Tim Conway tries to catch it. He sits in the toilet and lashes himself to the tank and tosses a bait into the bathtub. The shark drags him to the tub, and then he pops out of the sinking bowl. I haven't seen that skit. I'll have to try to find that on the YouTube. Yep. So let's see. There was a legendary food fight that happened among the crew in what's now Bettini Restaurant at Harborview Hotel. Between the weather, the constant issues with the shark, and the long hours, emotions were running high. That food fight was a bit of catharsis, a chaotic, silly moment that helped break the tension. It wasn't planned, but it's now part of the hotel's lore and one of those only on Martha's Vineyard stories. Yeah, so, with the production going so long, I think they had signed up, it was supposed to be, maybe like 3 months, and it ended up being 6 to 7 or 8 months. So way over what they thought. And then you're yeah, hey, Martha's Vineyard is a nice place, but you're you're stuck on this island, right? Yeah, it's something that wasn't wasn't planned, and then keeps going on, and the longer you go, the more money everything's going to cost in terms of the shooting. So yeah, so let's see. They say here, this is Charlie Blair, former harbor master of Edgartown, Massachusetts. The Jaws Teamsters gave up the water because they didn't have anyone that could do it. They wrecked a couple of boats and lost a lot of gear, including a camera. We met with the bosses that evening. They brought me in to manage all the small boats. I ended up working 20 to 22 hours a day for Universal. Wow. These people knew nothing about the water. Absolutely nothing. They didn't know about currents or the tides. I was overseeing 20 boats. Every day someone would wreck a boat or sink a boat. They didn't have a clue. Yeah, I was reading Richard Dreyfuss, Spielberg said, all right, you drive the boat in here now. And he's like, I've never been on the water. And driving a motorboat, now sailboat's a little bit easier. If any of you guys have, driven a sailboat before, you've got the keel. So yeah, you steer and it kind of goes where you want to go. Of course, you have to be, there's no brakes on a sailboat, and but a sailboat's a little bit easier. But a damn motorboat, I mean, it's floating on the water there. Of course, now they've got thrusters aft and stern and these fancy boats so you can, with the motors rotate 360, and you can, point it to where you want to go. But a motorboat's not so easy, especially if you have no experience. So this a Dreyfuss, you're just gonna start like you'll be docked and or you'll leave. You're not gonna not gonna let you drive the boat anymore to wreck them. Yep. So I think Maddie's daddy says bedtime for Methuselah. Have a good night, everyone. Well, great to see you, Steve. Have a good weekend, and glad it was a little bit cooler for you out there. Only 88 degrees, and not too bad. Yep. And JT Kirk has motorboated before. Lots of fun. Yeah. I hope you didn't drown when you motorboated, though, too. You got to be careful when you go into those peaks and valleys of the waves that you don't drown, because that can be very, very dangerous. Yeah, when you're motorboating, you want to stay above water. Yep. You don't want to go in too deep. Thank you, Steve. Yep, great to see you. Yep, say hi to Maddie. Yep, yep. And JT Kirk says, very, very true. Yes, yeah. Always, you can trust my advice on that one. Yep, yep. So this Charlie Blair says, yeah, I escorted Robert Shaw off the beach every morning in pitch dark, who would have a little nip of wild turkey as we idled to the dock. His makeup guy was mixing martinis out of a Sterling shaker. By the time he got to breakfast, he was on fire. More credit to him because he never missed a line. Yeah, Robert Shaw, yeah, he loved to drink. Yeah, famous stories of that. And yeah, he unfortunately passed away only 3 years after Jaws came out. So he died pretty young. I think at around age 51, unfortunately. Yep. So Jeffrey Voorhees, wasn't it Voorhees that played Jason? Or that's his real name, right? Isn't it Jason? What's is it Jason Voorhees? The horror movie, yep. Friday the 13th. Let's see, he played Alex Kittner as the kid that gets munched. Yep. A couple months before they were shooting, my family moved up to the island. I was 12, and the filmmaker said, "We'll pay you $40 a day to be an extra." Well, that's a lot of money. Even today for a kid, not so bad. Get $40 a day. My friends and I all said, "Let's do it." We went down to this hotel where they showed us the paperwork. They called a few people back, and I said, "You're getting a speaking part." Spielberg told me there was a barrel full of blood for when Alex Kittner gets eaten by the shark. But the first time we tried shooting, he was like, "No, your arm came out of the water a little." I guess they want him. Yeah, they didn't want to show that he survived. They just wanted the explosion. Yep. It took 7 or 8 hours for the blood to clear the water and start over. By day 5, Spielberg finally goes, "This is taking too long. This time when that thing explodes, we have 2 guys in wetsuits in the water. They're each going to grab one of your legs and pull you down in the water a few times." I guess then they gave him some air too. They didn't. That's pretty scary as a kid, right? You don't want to get drowned there either. Yep, yep. So then they got the scene done. Yep. Now the underwater scene is just so cool too. In the cage when Richard Dreyfuss is in the cage, and they actually shot this in Australia. Now this is obviously a scene with Bruce, the mechanical shark, but they had live scenes of sharks, and it was a husband and wife duo in Australia, and they were famous. Let me look up their names. Shark. I know you won't call him a shark rank, but shark expert. And Spielberg hired them to shoot these underwater scenes. Yeah, I think it was Valerie Taylor and Ron Taylor. Yep, thank you. Yep. So they shot those scenes, those underwater scenes with real sharks. But they said, the sharks out here are only about 12 feet long. Your shark's 25 feet long. So I think it was the producer, maybe it was Zaslav, said, let's why don't we get a little person, and we'll make like a smaller cage, like everything half scale, make a half scale cage, half scale tank. But the problem was then, shark whispers. Yep. Richard Dreyfuss was in the cage. Yeah, but that was Hooper in the cage. Yep. So problem was then the tank had a lot less air. They said, well, a little person still used quite a bit of air, so it would only last about eight minutes. And of course, I can't show a video from the movie here, but they're telling the actor, said, it's time to get back in the cage, right? Time to get back in the cage. And he, the shark had been banging the cage before, and understandably was kind of hesitant to get in a cage with a great white shark. I don't know how much money you'd have to pay me for do that. I'd probably have a heart attack just thinking about it, even though you're in a cage. But because this cage was smaller and so what happened, a shark, and you can see the scene in the movie, the shark comes over the top of the cage and gets tangled in all the cables in the cage, and then it disconnects from the boat and it sinks to the bottom. So the stunt coordinator's like, yeah, if that actor had been in that cage, he'd have been dead. Like they wouldn't be able to get to him in time, especially with the shark there and all tangled up, and and the limited air supply that he had. So so that because of that, they let Hooper live because the stunt double wasn't in the cage, so they wanted to use the footage. The footage was so good, so they had they came up with the idea of Hooper swimming out of the cage and surviving. And that's one of the coolest scenes in the movie. But it was fun to learn that they actually, tried to make a smaller cage, but that stunt went really wrong. But thankfully, no one was in the cage at this point. Yep. And the actor, this is let's see, Alex Kittner and Jaws. Yeah, you said you had Jaws tours all the time down here. Through the years, when I managed the Wharf Pub, I hid my part in the movie until I finally started doing signings. You get Jaws nuts. This one girl goes, "Can he sign anything?" And she starts pulling up her shirt, and security's like, "No private parts." So I signed her collarbone, and she got my signature tattooed. It makes some people very happy. I don't know. I would have argued with that security guard about what I was able to sign there, maybe. But I just did a cameo this morning for $40. I got a strange request last year from someone who said our father was a big Jaws fan, but he died watching the movie on the couch. Oh my God! Holding up my phone, I go, your father and I had a little something in common. He died watching me die. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. So interesting. Yep. A little bit from Alex, actor played Alex Kittner. Yep. Said executive director says Jaws and Martha's Vineyard will always be inseparable. The film captured not only the suspense of the sea, but also the soul of the place, its harbor, its people, its character. Martha's Vineyard didn't just host the film. We helped shape it and shaped us in return. It also made this small community think about sharks in a different way. I think this is one of Spielberg's regrets because sharks are beautiful. They're predators, obviously, but these are their waters. Yeah, so in the years since, we've learned, sharks have been, great white sharks have been protected. And, not that I want to encounter one, but yes, they, are part of the circle of life. And is the reason we have sharks. I just don't want to encounter them. But yeah, they shouldn't be hunted to extinction. So yeah, a lot of people went out to wanted to take out sharks and kill sharks, but they are needed. But of course now, sharks are coming back. They're bouncing back. The seal population is back, and of course that's why Cape Cod, where I used to go in the summer sometimes with a friend, where we used to swim, like you don't want to go in the water there anymore. And then unfortunately, tragically, they've had some shark attacks off of Cape Cod, and the seals are back. So guess what? The sharks are back, and yeah, conservation is working, but it can be scary. So and the primal fear of a shark. Yeah, you let me call up another article here. You don't know where it's coming, right? So it's like Alone in the Dark, or horror movies are always at night or it's dark, and you're scared, scared, because you don't know what's happening, right? You can't see what's going to happen to you, right? If you knew that shark was in the water, right, you just got out of the water, you're safe, right? But there's a lot we don't know about sharks, right? It's the ocean. We don't know a lot about a lot of hidden stuff there. So last great frontier on Earth, probably, right? So we're learning more and more. The technology is much better now, but they're still finding creatures, and who knows what's down there? Maybe Godzilla's lurking down there. I don't know, but yeah, but this movie just touched so many people, and yeah, so there's a 50th anniversary special of Jaws, I guess, streaming. Was that June? Oh, it was June 20th. Yep. 3-hour telecast. Let me put this on the screen here. 3-hour telecast includes a screen of the original film, kicked off with an introduction from director Steven Spielberg. So yeah, it's a movie that made him a star, right? And opened up all those doors for him. So oh, let me close that. So on Friday, June 20th, 1975. So I would have just turned turned 7 there. Yep. So Jaws first opened in theaters, marking exactly 50 years since its premiere. On Friday, June 20th, 2025, NBC is hosting a celebratory 50th anniversary telecast. The 3-hour special includes a screening of the film with an introduction from Spielberg himself. Yep. And it's also on Fubo, DirecTV, Hulu, plus Live Sling and Sling. Select streamers are offering free trials, and new subscribers can watch the telecast at no cost. Yeah, you could sign up, but you just got to remember to cancel, because then that's how they get you, right? So that's pretty cool. And they're also screening the movie on Martha's Vineyard with a full orchestra playing. And actually, my brother-in-law is a sound engineer, and he's actually helping to run the sound for the special showing of Jaws at Martha's Vineyard, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, Creatures from Black Lagoons. Yeah, that's where they're hiding. Yep. And Phantom says, yeah, people only wanted to make shark fin soup. After they took the dorsal and side fins, they let the shark go. As Airplane said, a life of religious fulfillment. Yeah, they would just take the fin. Yep. Some cultures just take the film. Yep. I noted the references to help you out. Thank you, Phantom. Yep. Especially when I'm streaming solo here. It's not as easy. Yep. To catch everything, right? Yep. And hail to Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. And yep, so sports ball wise, yep. So looked like the Oklahoma City Thunder beat the Indiana Pacers to win the sports ball championship tonight. So I think they won pretty easily too, it looked like, from the score. Yep. And Phantom says, I was 8 going on 0, but my 9-year-old cousin going on 10 saw it. Yes, it was a PG movie, but yeah, what I mean, I guess, parents could judge for themselves, but this is a terrifying movie. Yep. It was scary as heck. Yep. Oh, great. Tom is here. Awesome. Hey, Tom.
Well, I saw you were talking Jaws, so I figure I have to come in for a little bit.
Yeah, you can never talk too much Jaws, right, Tom?
Right. Well, yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the rating, because that was something we didn't get to on the program we just did, but they do discuss that a little bit on the documentary that you and I saw, the Jaws at 50, where Brown and Zanuck, the producers, made the argument to the MPAA that it shouldn't be R-rated, because for those who don't know, they only had a PG, R, and G at that time. There was no PG-13.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this movie would have fallen into the PG-13 category, and I think it's been rated that every time they've re-released it since at least since the PG-13 rating has existed. Yeah, they argued that nobody can mimic what that shark is doing, so why would should it be rated R? And there's no sex, no other violence, no swearing. And they won over the MPA. And it kind of is a good point, because it is just a shark doing its natural thing, right? And people just dealing with a natural event. So in reality, you could technically make a Jaws in a Disney film almost, in a way. Like, I mean, sure, you wouldn't have it as, some of the more visceral scenes maybe, but I mean, in any other respect though, like Jaws almost would have fit in with any like 60s or 70s live action Disney film without the blood, basically, and the minor nudity in the beginning. So
yeah, I was shocked. Because I'm like, I always assumed it was rated R, and my parents are like, "There's no way we're gonna let you see it." No. When I was, an 8-year-old, 7 or 8-year-old kid, they're like, "It's going to be too scary for you," based on that. But
no, and that's what also helps, is they cut out, like the whole subplot with the, Hooper sleeping with Brody's wife and stuff. So that takes any sex content out of the movie right there. And like I said, if you take out like the blood and guts, it's, it's a pretty tame film overall. It's a very accessible story, very much like a typical, and that's why I think it has resonated for so long too, is it has like the same kind of elements that something like, Moby Dick, or, something that, like Charles Dickens or somebody like that would have written back in the day, because it has a lot of those universal elements to it.
Yeah, because there's not. I mean, it's a visceral movie, like you said. It's scares you down to your core.
Well, you fill in the blanks, right? Most of it you don't even see.
Yeah,
like the The one death you see the most of is Quint's death at the end. Otherwise, like, you barely see any of the other deaths on screen. I mean, yeah, you kind of see more of the first swimmer of in the beginning, because you just see her thrashing around and whatnot. But even like when the Kintner boy dies, all you see is from basically
Distance.
Chief Brody's point of view of what he's seeing then, and it's just basically blood flying up, and that's it.
Yeah.
And he's trying to just figure it out. Yeah.
That first scene is so terrifying, but it's just the shark not working, and it's you're filling in the blanks there. So yeah, if a woman is just swimming around on the water, right, Tom, it's not something that's rated R. Now, of course, if they'd wanted that R rating, they would have had an extended nude scene of her.
You would have actually seen her in broad light.
Dipping.
Yeah. Even though if you turn up your brightness enough, you can see all of her goodies. That doesn't matter. But back then they weren't as. What's funny is they weren't as prudish. Oops, sorry, Sadie. I'm sorry,
Sadie.
Okay? Yeah, they weren't as. I just stepped on her accidentally. They weren't as prudish as they were with nudity back then in that time period either. So like, as long as it wasn't in a sexual situation, they normally didn't really give two shits.
Yeah, well, Clash of the Titans.
I was just gonna say Clash of the Titans, famously, and
you've heard me talk about that. Was my birthday party movie, that summer. Birthday's in June, so you always go see a summer movie. And man, my mom was pissed. All the Catholic school boys were at that movie, and I think there's a breastfeeding feeding scene, and and one of the princesses just walks out of the temple topless, but it's not a sexual scene, so it was in a PG movie. She was called the other moms and apologized. I'm so very sorry. There was nudity in the movie. We didn't know. But yeah, there's a different attitude towards it, and plus the 70s were just the total, the free love period, and totally different view. You as kids we could go play out all night. Didn't matter. So I think that was one reason why that didn't get didn't deserve an R, right? So other than you could say maybe that the subject matter is scary, but there's nothing really overly gory in this. I guess seeing some of the bodies. But of course, you look at TV today, and what do you see on TV today? If you watch, like remember show Bones or any of these medical shows or cop shows, I mean they show pretty much everything these days. So yeah. So and Finity says, yeah, Clash of the Titans was different. They were pagans. Yeah. Yeah. And 11 Alpha says, frankly, the 70s were trending a bit too far to the opposite direction from prudish. Yep. So well, Mikey does have these lifeless, black eyes like a doll's eye. When he comes at you, he doesn't even seem to be living till he bites you. You're talking Mickey Mouse there? So this was an article I just found on Jaws at 50. Yep. How it changed pop culture and our perception of sharks. Yep. So but just this movie was everywhere. If you're old enough, if you're of a certain vintage, it's just it was everywhere that summer. And they're saying it invented the summer blockbuster, but I mean, you had movies, of course, back in the day that were huge movies. But I think maybe the difference was how long they were in theaters. Like Snow White was massive.
Well, see, the thing is you didn't really have a movie season before Jaws, because the summer season used to be kind of a dead zone for movies. And I don't know if you were old enough to remember this part, but like prior to Jaws, you just even a couple of years before, you had things like The Exorcist and Godfather that were huge films that did almost as much business as Jaws. But the difference was those were released in like March and Christmas. And that's usually was the big time of the year when they would release a big movie, was right around Christmas time, because that's when people would go see movies, I guess, back then. And also there was Oscar season. But like there wasn't like this summer season for big blockbuster tentpole. Not only that, the studios kind of backed off of making a lot of these tentpole kind of films. Like Planet of the Apes were like kind of the only things they were making at that time was even close to like sci-fi, cool shit that we would be into. Otherwise, they were doing a lot more just basic, straightforward dramas and comedies and low-level shit.
Like people on vacation, so they didn't want to see movies in the summer?
I think so. That was kind of the mentality, I think, at the time. But then Jaws changed all that, because then from Jaws you went to, all the way a direct line to Star Wars, which then, from there it was like the summer was all about, these big Spielbergian type films, right? And
Interesting, yeah.
It kind of changed the way that the studios structured all their shit. They're like, oh shit, well, now we got to have a summer movie, because even Jaws was like, they needed it for a specific time initially. I think it was supposed to initially get it released in Christmas of like 26 or 76, not 26.
Oh, it was supposed to be Christmas. Okay, yeah.
I think initially, because that was the whole thing, is the shark department was pissed because they initially had almost 3 years to work on the shark, and then all that time got cut down to less than half because they decided they needed this movie for spring or whatever of
one reason is
that
the book was also #1 on the bestseller list.
That was the other reason too, and that was and it just happened to
be
be that close to production that they were just like, let's go ahead, because they already spent that much money on it already, and putting, because they were already building sharks and stuff. So
so this so I guess it's I'm born in 68, so I guess I do remember everything was a big, after that it was all summer. Now that I think about it, the summer was the big movie season, and I guess pushing earlier May became like the push for quote unquote
Memorial Day weekend is kind of when the 80s it kind of took over. Like, okay, the summer season was basically Memorial Day to August, right? And then August was your dead zone through Christmas, usually Thanksgiving time, let's say. And then the same thing with earlier in the year, you had what was called like fuck you January and fuck you February, because it was nothing but garbage, and March is usually when you get a kids movie because of Easter, right? So they'd throw up some sort of kids movie, and that's where Ninja Turtles in 1990.
Oh, that was Easter.
Big. That was an Easter release. Yeah. So like, that's a good example of one of those earlier on, but
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So now they've got this insane summer competition too, and like your Oscar contenders are serious movies. It's like December. I don't.
Those are the Christmas ones.
I don't want to go to the movies in December usually, because that's going to be the serious Oscar movies that usually.
Well, they try to throw at least 1 or 2 kids movies in there, but
yeah. Now they do. Yeah.
But movies are way different than they used to be, because like, even when you were growing up, like you went from an era where all movies were made for just about everybody. Like they made a movie for the entire family to go to, because it didn't matter. And most of the time, family movies in quotations weren't even necessarily geared towards kids per se, but they were shit that kids would sit through. Right? That was kind of what it was. And then Disney was the only market that was kind of directed at kids, but adults could still enjoy it. But then you had television, Rebel started coming in, and the studios had to kind of find other ways to kind of, bring people into the theaters. And that's when they started getting more demographically oriented, and like, okay, we're going to make these kind of movies for the 35 and up male demographic. We're going to make these kind of movies for the 35 and up female demographic. And we're going to make these kind of movies for the kids. And, and they started finding their audiences with these movies. Jaws was one of those movies that opened up that demographic thing again, right? Where everybody was going to see Jaws. Like, I don't know if you fell off before we talked about it, but I brought up the network premiere of Jaws. And did you happen
when
to
was
catch?
That?
It was in 1979, so it was 4 years before it hit television.
4 years before TV.
And I want your guess of how many people tuned in to watch Jaws on.
I'm gonna say like 30 million to 40 million, maybe.
Wow, everybody, you're halfway there.
80
there
million?
was an estimated 80 million viewers. Yeah, it was one of the biggest watched things, on television at that time. Like, it was just
my
insane.
guess was my guess anywhere? What did everyone else say?
Around the same place you did. The only one who was remotely close, I think, was Brian. MASH's was, I think, 84 million or 85 million, somewhere in there. So it was a similar audience to MASH.
Almost as big as MASH.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, the MASH finale, yeah. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Everybody was watching fucking Jaws that
night. That's probably when I saw. I mean, it's been, it's like one of those movies that's always on. So now I can't remember when, when you first, I can't remember the very first time I watched it. But, of course, I bought it on VHS, bought it on DVD, and I just bought the 4K, edition.
The new edition, yeah.
New edition, yeah. So it looks good, yeah. So Captain Affinity wants Ford fried chickens in a Cove.
That's a Blues Brothers reference.
Yeah, are you on a mission from God?
We're on a mission from God.
and some dry white toast. Not toads. I know you meant to write toast.
Toads?
Toads.
What are you eating, sir?
Yeah. Getting high tonight. Yeah. Some white toads. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's kind of cool. They're doing the orchestra thing, and your brother's helping out with that. I remember you talking about that just before I got in here. I heard.
Yeah. I'm waiting for. I texted him. I'm like, I'm waiting for the report from him. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm so jealous. I wanted to get out there for that. I just couldn't afford it. But,
that's expensive to get. First of all, it's expensive even if you're, on the East Coast. It's expensive. Martha's Vineyard is hoi polloi. It's an upscale place.
And they do like a Jaws Fest thing. I don't know if it's every year or every few years, but like this was a big one. All right, like this was one of the ones you wanted to go to because it's the 50th, and Richard Dreyfuss is there. I think a bunch of people from the production are there. So yeah, I thought John Williams was doing the thing, but I guess he's not. It's just the orchestra doing it. But
it's the orchestra. Yeah, I thought it was John Williams too, but it's
yeah.
But he's 11 Alpha is
old. He's like 98 years old now.
Yeah. He's old. Yeah, God bless him. Yep. 11 Alpha is a good point. Yeah, the rise of multiplex has made it easier to divide your audience into different demographics with their own movie. Yeah, which I hate.
And that's another great story in that documentary, because I never knew that before that documentary. That's what I loved about that documentary, because I have seen 5, 6 full-length documentaries on Jaws in my lifetime now, so there's not much you can tell me about Jaws, plus read the Jaws logs and all that kind of shit. So there's not a whole lot you can tell me about Jaws that I don't know. There was at least 4 or 5 good nuggets in that Jaws 50 documentary I didn't know. And one of them was the
Jaws logs. That was the book that was written about Jaws a couple years later, right? With
Carl Gottlieb did it. Yeah, the guy who actually was in the film and did writing. Yep. But so like they were saying, like they had like 700 some plus theaters wanting to rent the movie because it was in demand, and they're like, well, we need to strike more prints. And I think it was Sid Sheinberg said, nope, cut it in half.
Yeah.
And they're like, what? Because are you insane? Cut it in half. They're like, no, cut it in half, see what happens. And what he did is basically created this blockbuster kind of mentality around, because you couldn't get in.
Yeah,
every show was sold out.
Here we go. Yeah, look at the lines for you youngins out there. Yep. So it's also, that's in some of the theories that I've read about too, in terms of a restaurant. You don't want to have a restaurant that's too big. You want to have people. You want to always have people waiting, that crowd excitement.
Yep.
So instead of like, and it released in 400 theaters, which is nothing by today's standards, but that was a massive wide release. How many movie theaters were there back then?
Back then, close to like maybe 800 at the most. Like that's what I was saying. Like every theater wanted
800. Whole country had 800
somewhere
movie
in that.
theaters?
It might not even had that many. Like that's well, you had drive-ins and stuff too, which was I think counted differently, because those weren't generally first run.
There was second run, yeah.
Yeah, plus you also had all the second run houses too. But I mean, altogether, as far as first run major theaters in that time, probably roughly 800 to 1,000 at the most.
Wow,
and like every theater wanted Jaws,
like a big release today, isn't it like 3,000 to 4,000 screens at a wide, blockbuster?
Your average wide release is 3 to 4. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. So
here's the Jaws log here. This is a newer edition of it, but real quick. But
so that's the famous book on all the history.
This is the 30th anniversary edition of it, but
yeah.
This is one that almost any Jaws fan probably already has, but
yeah. So read that, yeah. So if you're a Jaws nerd, is it what did you say, Jaws nerd? I don't know what you call it, but if you like Jaws, grab that book. But it is kind of like a Star Trek, Star Wars fandom. There is the Jaws fandom out there. That
I said there's enough that they do this thing. I think it's every year on Martha's Vineyard where they have the Jaws Fest.
Yeah. So and also here, look, the terrifying #1 bestseller. Yep. So the book was massive at that time, and
I do actually. I forgot. Yes, I do. I actually have an original version of it too. I believe this is a. I don't know if it's a first printing, but it's definitely one of the earlier.
Oh, cool! Yeah.
Yeah, this is the old school. It's in really good shape too. I bought this on eBay.
Nice, yeah.
It is.
You can see if it's a first edition or not. Yeah.
So this is a 6th printing. So that was that popular back then.
An earlier one. Yeah. It was. That's wild. Yeah. And that's everyone knows I love Star Trek, so reading the making of Star Trek, these behind the scenes books, just when you love something so much, and it's just great to read about it. Well, you want more. I
have
right?
2 copies of Jaws. I actually have one of the stripped versions. I don't know, you know what these probably are, but some of those, for those who don't know out there, you'd buy these at like liquidator stores now, or like what would be the equivalent of like dollar stores back in the day. Yep. And what this meant is that the publisher didn't get any money for this. This was resold from another store to like a seller, and you get these for like a dime, whatever. But I actually have an earlier.
Yeah, so that's the original cover.
One of the original covers. There was actually several different, but this is one of the iterations of it here.
Yeah,
they give it better teeth, and they made it look less than like a dick. This is weird because this is like an in-between weird one. This is like...
Oh, that's right. Yeah, now I've seen it now. Yeah, because the first hardcover...
And this is the Pan paperback,
Bookstore was released as hardcover first. Let me call up the Jaws hardcover.
Because there's some cool ones. This is a... Let me see when this one is. Because this might even be before... Because they tried a couple different covers. Well, this doesn't even
the original cover. The original cover is just so.
Is this the original fucking paperback? Oh, this is a New Zealand print too on top of it. I just noticed that. Yeah. Because I picked these up in different lots and shit. Yeah, it doesn't even have the. It doesn't have the print. Oh, here, wait. I think this is 6th printing. Okay, so this is the 6th printing in 75. So this might have still been before they even had the other. I think it is. So it's in between that cover there. Okay, so this is the famous penis cover. And this was actually the second cover. Because the original cover just had a set of Jaws with the town in the middle of it.
Oh, so this is cover number 2.
Yep, this is cover number 2. And this is the famous penis cover. But this is actually one, if you can find these, are worth a little bit.
This is $100 for sale right now. This book, yep. But what was interesting?
I didn't say a lot. I said a little bit.
Yeah, but that's for a book that's what's a book now, $20. So $100 ain't bad. And of course, this is dinged up. But what's cool is they took the artist watching the documentary. The artist kind of worked off of this, but then they said make the shark much bigger, make it scarier, make it more realistic. So this is it's scary. The concept is there, but it's just not landed yet till they came up.
Well, and I never really paid attention to because I just got this version. Not because I've had that stripped version for years, like since I was in probably high school.
Okay.
I never really paid attention that there is some differences between the dick and that one. It's like an in between.
It's
really weird. Like it's like because it's got more detail, but it's not quite the final product yet. You know what I mean? It's like and I'm looking for it here. I can't find it anywhere else. So I wonder if it was specifically one done for New Zealand, like they redid the art, maybe?
Yeah, sometimes they would, wherever it was, they'd redo the art, yep.
And they're like, we're going to make this look more like a shark and not a fucking penis?
It's just not scary there, yeah. So it was interesting, the guy, the artist went to the Museum of Natural History, and the shark exhibit was under repair, or they were redoing it, so he asked to go, take pictures of the shark, and the sharks were all sideways on easels, so he took a picture of the great white, and they showed the slide, and it's actually the shark, and I'm like, because I'm looking, I'm like, oh, these teeth, or why did he have these teeth so screwed up? And it's actually the teeth on that shark that's there.
Yeah, you can totally tell. Actually, I have the image here. Hang on. I'll bring it up here. If I can find it. I know I have it here. So I shared it on that, or I got it off my phone, one of the two. So I know I shared it on X the other day. What did I do with it?
I'm trying to find the first cover. I don't know if I've ever seen that first cover.
They show it in their documentary, actually.
Okay, so I wasn't.
Yeah, that one's actually that's the most rare one there is.
This cover, yep.
No, not that one. That one's a total different one than I've ever seen before. That's like an embossed later one. That one right there. That's the first cover right there, and that's one of the hardest ones to find.
That's okay. So that's the with the town. That's actually a really cool cover. I like that cover.
It is, but they didn't like it because it didn't quite tell you what. Like the thing is once you see the final, like it's kind of weird seeing, like, now I'm all intrigued because I never noticed that until now, the differences between because I just thought it was the paperback or the hardcover put on a paperback, and now I'm looking at it going, wait, there's a lot more detail and differences here than that. And I can't find that version anywhere in here. I'm looking all over online.
Interesting.
Nobody has it listed. So I don't know if I have a very rare edition in my hands and I didn't know it or what.
Well, you can do that Google image search.
I should go back and find it, but like, I was looking for the other image at the same time here, the one you were talking about, the Polaroid. Because I have it here. And you can totally tell it's the Jaws shark, right? Like,
it was amazing.
Here it is. Yeah, because I have it. I must have shared it off my phone. That's why.
Oh, we just got a nice compliment from Captain Finity. He says,
hey.
Mark and Tom, as co-hosts, you compliment each other very well, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.
So, I'm sharing it in the bottom there.
Let me pop
So, this is the actual one.
That's which is amazing. Like, and I'm looking, I'm
look at the picture. You got it right underneath it there. It's like,
the teeth, right? And you're like, oh, sharks don't have teeth like that, right? It looks even more monstrous and evil. Yep.
But it's almost exact. Like, he didn't even.
Yeah, no, it is. I'll take the 11 off. Don't bear the lead. People actually read books back then. Very true. Yep. So if you see Jaws in the water, run.
And it was a really small great white too, but yeah.
Oh, I missed this comment from Paulie here. He says, "Hey Tom, have you seen the outside sky?"
Yeah, today? Once or twice.
Once or twice. Yep.
I do let Sadie out sometimes.
Great to see you, Paulie. Yep.
Yeah.
And everyone, make sure if you're not subbed to the Latino Slant, make sure you do. And he's got.
Paulie's always got to give me crap.
He's got to give you crap. Yep.
He's got to give me crap.
He's got to give you crap. Yep. The Last Jedi had lines of people desperately trying to get out of the theater.
First movie in history where we had lines of people trying to get out of the film.
Yeah. All right. But that was that documentary. It was great to like little things like that. If you're really into a movie, to find that the artist, and part of the reason Jaws is so successful is because of that book. The poster, right? The book obviously was number one, but that poster just
this
great.
Is one of my favorite pieces of graphic art. Yeah, I have. This is this piece of graphic art is all over my house. I shit you not.
What, this Jaws 50 or the
just the shark itself? I just
the shark itself. Okay, yeah.
It's on my fucking shower curtain. It's on my shirt right now, but I mean, I've got like at least 4 or 5 different variations on this poster.
Wow.
like the one with the black border, the one I think with the blue border, and then the full one where it's just the whole thing. And
wow.
I love this piece. I have the little box light of it. I mean, I have that 3D art box thing of it. Like, I've got this all over my fucking house, dude.
It's everywhere, right?
It's everywhere.
This is in, yep. This is in.
But I love it. It's my single most favorite piece of art.
Just love it. Just love even more than like that great Star Wars poster doesn't.
Yes. Hands down. I see this image, I know exactly what it is.
Right?
Like, it's there. Ghostbusters is probably my second one. That or the bat symbol, one of the two. But it's a close tie between the Ghostbusters logo in the original poster and that Batman 89 poster. Right? Between those are probably my side. Like, and those are just so simple. Right? That's just simplicity. And then you get to like Star Wars is probably one of the next ones up there, but actually I probably like Empire's poster better than Star Wars, but the Gone with the Wind poster. But I mean, that's the thing is you go back in time, we got so many great variants on these posters. This is one of those rare films that had one poster. No, nothing else.
That was it, right?
And I love the story they tell in the documentary too, because they're going through all this stuff about, what are we going to do for the poster? What are we going to do for the poster? And they're like, we'll just use the book art. And I love the story because the guys that owned the book art just gave it to them. He's like, I could have made a fortune.
I gave it away for free. Yeah.
Gave it away for free. One of the most used pieces of pop art in history.
You know, how much did the artist probably got paid just for the
I
the
think,
book
yeah,
cover, right?
whatever. Yeah, what's his?
Yeah,
I forgot the
like
guy's name, but yeah.
yeah, he created that, and I mean, yes, the idea was there from the from the original cover, and I found this article is pretty good. Let me put this back up. Let me share my screen again, where you've got the history of the book cover. So this is cool. I don't know if you've seen this article, Tom, but I'm binging this, and this is why I love diving deep into these subjects. So this is if I can get my mouse to work. Yeah, the making of Jaws iconic book covers, right? So this is the first cover, like you said. So 1974, following the massive success of the book, New York Times Magazine published Ted Morgan's riveting and exhausting behind-the-scenes piece about its publication, right? So the article touches on the book's cover, beginning with art directors Alex Gottfried's an urban man with a Polish cavalry mustache who turns out 700 jackets a year. Godfrey initially commissioned Wendell Miner to illustrate Benchley's own idea for the jacket to show a peaceful, inspecting town through the bleached jaws of a shark. And I think that is it doesn't sell, the movie and the book as well, but that is an awfully, like, I would love to have that as a poster.
Me too. Yeah, I love that as an alternative. That's great. Yeah.
That is a cool, because that's the shark,
and like I said, that's the toughest one to find, is my understanding, as far as the books.
And I look at this one. This is
that's an interesting one. I've seen that one a couple times. Yeah.
UK first edition at Right. Okay, so this is the UK first edition. That's a
famous picture of a great white, that one of the few pictures that existed at that time. And I'm trying to remember the shark book it was in, but I think it might even be that book that Brody's looking at in the movie, if I remember right.
Okay, interesting. Yep.
Because my library only had like 2 or 3 books of sharks when I was a kid growing up, and that one was one of them. The one that had that famous picture in it that we're looking at right now, plus the one that Brody was looking at, and I think they might be one and the same.
Yeah, so this is, I don't know, which cover do I like better? This one. This is, very subtle, and this is kind of same kind of idea, but this is a little bit more terrifying in terms of the kids on the beach. But I think this is, like, I'd like this one probably better as an alternative poster, although this is good too. But that other one is just more interesting. Yep. So that's an interesting one. Yep. And then of course this is the first. Well, I guess the second cover of Jaws.
The penis cover. Yeah.
The penis cover. Yep. It's just there. Why don't they have? There are teeth there, but very, very small.
I don't know. Yeah, whoever designed this is clearly. Does it say on there who did this?
Oh well, yeah. Well, click. It probably will. But I mean, but the layout is right though. They've got the terror. They've got
idea.
The whole idea. Yeah, they've got the idea.
It almost seems like it was symbolic on purpose.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like
it was purposefully symbolic in that sense. Like the woman is literally going to get eaten up by a penis. Like
yeah. And hail to I can't say that name. Ayav. No, yeah, no,
I think it is.
Yeah, I know what that means. Yeah, UK print is better in my opinion. I'm laughing because we're talking about the penis cover. Yep. Oh God, good name. There you got it.
But yeah,
so
you went to
the UK one. Yeah.
Yeah. So then you went to the final version though, which like you're right. Like that was kind of like that was the outline for the final version, and they just told them to basically do a more realistic version for the final version. Was it? I'm trying to remember the guy's name. I know it's
when I click. But yeah. So let's see if we'll just go through the photos here since they're big into, and then of course the poster, right?
They just used it for the poster straight up.
Oh my God! You gave him the artwork for that. It's like.
That's not even what's her face, the actress, or back then nobody cared.
No one cared. Yeah, no one cared. But
that poster though, man, it's just look at the size of that shark compared to her.
Yeah,
that shark is way big.
Yeah. And Sanders says Jaws 2 is better. Well, Tom is a fan of Jaws 2, so we'll talk about that. I am a fan
about better. That's a very tall. I don't know about that. But here's that famous, real quick. Here's the famous Great White poster that one cover is based on or uses, and this is the one.
Okay,
that I've seen in
one of the rare photos back then.
It was one of the old ones, yeah, back then.
Shark Week, yeah.
Yeah, before Shark Week, because this was, because great whites weren't something you normally saw. Yeah. Not like that.
Yeah.
Or had a picture or a camera to take a picture of one, I should say.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there you go. That's that image there. It's like as soon as I see that image, I know that image.
You know, right? Yeah, you know,
in my brain.
It's true. This man has
no dick.
All right. You're challenging me to see how fast I can find that clip, right?
Oh shit.
Let's see. I know I have that. Yep. Did I organize these yet? Oh, here we go. Let's see. I shall find it. Yeah. Well, I'll just play a couple. Oh, here we go. I got it.
Everything was fine with our system until the power grid was shut off by Dickless here.
Is this true?
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
But he looks like a shark.
But he looks like a shark. Yeah. So let's see. Let's read the article then and check.
Let's go back to the thing.
Let's see what. So this one, Tom Simmons, I guess that's the artist on this one. Yep. 6 regional sales managers sat around a table listening to the editors make their presentation. The side of the jacket was projected on a screen. The sales managers were given the 1-sentence sales handle, which in practicality, all the salesmen who usually have an hour to buy 60 or 70 titles will have time to say. The handle for Jaws was the exciting tale of a resort town fighting for its life against a great white shark. So I guess because the cover is really, like I love comics, right? So the comic book cover critical to selling a comic book, right? So you better get on with it or you'll be sorry. The sales managers loved the book and the title, but there's a considerable resistance to the jacket. It made them think of Freud's classic dream of castration. Okay, we've got a problem. Used to have a problem. Can we just have a fish on the cover? The cover's not big enough. It will look like a sardine. Finally decided to go with a typographical jacket, the title, and the author in the stark lettering against the black background. They printed 30,000 copies and jacketed the books. An operation is done by hand in the printing plant. When he saw the jacket, he was unhappy. Without an image, he said, no one knew what Jaws meant. It could have been a book about dentistry. He asked Congdon to put a shark on the jacket. So, could you imagine if you had one of those first 30,000 copies of that book? Wow, without the shark on it. Yep.
Right.
He's advanced a lot of money. I think he should honor his request. Yep. So they called artist Paul Bacon, who made a rough layout of the enormous head of a fish. Yep. Why can't we have a swimmer as well to have a sense of disaster, sense of scale? Bacon came in next morning with the completed jacket, an open-jawed shark's head rising toward a swimming woman. Distel was pleased and wrote Congdon on December 20th. The jacket design for Jaws is much improved. If you sell 100,000 copies, we'll follow you to the letter. Yep. We realized that the new version looked like a penis with teeth. Right?
Yeah, there's a very symbolic,
kind
of, like you said, very, very, whoever. So who is it that did this version?
This was Bacon came in with Bacon, I guess Kevin Bacon. No,
it should say underneath the book, doesn't it?
Book, yeah. Does it say the name
under the picture? Yeah, there we go.
Dice Silverman happy with the cover and Jaws me to smash it.
Roger Castell. I knew it was
something. That's the new artist. Yes. The new artist. Yeah, that was definitely subtle. That was a subtle dig there, DJ. Oh my God. Yeah. And Paulie says Tom Gay still. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So Castell came in. Yep. Yeah, he took photos of Great Whites exhibits in the National History Museum with that image that Tom was showing earlier. He took 5 minutes at the end of a photo shoot for good housekeeping to place the model on the stool and to get her to do an approximation of the front crawl. Yep. So, so she wasn't even in the water. She just said, lie down on the stool here so I can kind of get the idea there. Yep. And that's that cover that'll live on forever. That's one of the most iconic, famous.
It's
famous scenes amazing. Ever, right? Yeah. So, but what they went from that.
Well, and evidently there was something in the middle because
yeah, you had that middle picture. Yeah.
I didn't even notice until now.
Yeah,
which is very strange. I'll show you guys again just so you see what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. And I think that's what it is one of their guys over there just must have reinterpreted it and added more detail. But as you see, it's kind of weird because it's getting closer to the real one.
It doesn't look like a penis as much anymore. Yeah.
No. And I don't know. Otherwise, why wouldn't they just use the other cover? Like, it makes no sense to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's a 6th printing in 75. And it doesn't say the month. But I don't know when in 70. Was it in 75 when they have the Roger Castell?
Right.
That's when the movie came out. But what about the Roger Castell, I wonder?
Yeah, when did that let's see, let's go back here. So this was the first version. Yeah, let's see.
Because they could have done that while the movie was. Because there is a version. Because I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember. Does the first printing of that version of the cover? There was some that said soon to be a major motion picture, and then some that say now a major motion picture. I think, or something like that on it too. So that's the other thing that I'm trying to. Yeah.
Let's see. Let me see if I can look up the artist himself. Let's see if it says when he did it. Yep.
Yeah, because I can't find an artist on this one.
Let's see here. Let's check out this.
It's clearly a different interpretation of both. It's like a mix between the two. So I wonder if the other, like, why would, unless they just didn't want to pay Roger Castell out of New Zealand? Maybe.
Oh, oh, and the Jaws painting has vanished. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to pay you. Yeah, the original painting.
I heard that story. Vanished. Yeah, that was
wow.
A while back. I think they found it.
Okay, he was in the offices of publisher Bantam in '74 when Dice. I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Dicel handed him a copy of the Thriller. It's going to be bestseller. And then he, I thought it was a great visual. I did a rough sketch, and told me to make the chart more realistic. But the book already had to have been out. The book was already out, though.
Yeah, the book was already out, I think.
Yeah. So this one, the model got paid $35, and there's a book cover, and that was it. It said Alison Stern, right? So that was she was the model. Okay, yeah. Well, Alison Marr. Okay, Alison Marr was the model. Yeah, yeah. Oh, now named Alison Stern. Okay, that's her married name. Okay, yep. Castell painted oil on Masonite. Jaws didn't take him long. It was like one of the 3 paintings he completed that month. And his career created some more than 1,000 posters and covers. Yep. So interesting. Yep.
I think they found it, though, the original poster.
They didn't find it. Yeah, Bantam allowed the filmmakers to use the paperback's image as the movie poster free of charge. The only alteration was to strategically position seafoam over the swimmer's bare breasts. Oh, drag them.
And I don't even think they did that until more recent years.
Recently,
so that's the other thing that bothers
as we got
me
more
too.
Brutus. Yeah, yep. Yeah. Good night, Athos. Great having you on Sunday Night Geekery. The book company told me how much the art helped sell. It says Castell, the paper that had moved some 6 million copies by late 1975. I've never heard from anyone in the movies. What really bothered me was that they used the image for merchandising. You see that poster on everything. Yeah, the guy should have gotten a cut of that or paid very well. Yep. Upon its completion, the work toured bookstores and made other appearances. The last time Castell saw it was at the American Museum of Natural History of Illustration show in the 70s. From there, it made its way to La La Land and was never seen again. Oscar, who died in 2014, called me years later and he was trying to get it back, says Castell, who now lives in Massachusetts. He was quite upset about it. I don't know if it's stolen or thrown out or someone has it. So you're saying that they found it? Tom, they found the original artwork.
Look.
And who owned it? Did the artist own it, or gave it? I guess the company gave it to the company.
I think that the company owns it. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, I guess it's never been recovered.
No, never found. Wow. Well, someone's got it. Someone's got it. Someone's got it somewhere, right? As
What's sad is the person who probably stole it had no idea.
Yeah.
That's what's fucking sad about it.
Yeah.
They probably stole it thinking it was just another poster, and they probably hung it on their wall for a couple of
Yeah.
years until it got ragged, and then fucking tore it down and never fucking saw it again, not realizing it was the original.
Well, it probably would have been painted on,
Yeah, but it was probably
oil
it was
paint
probably in a frame or whatever. But they probably
frame.
didn't know any better. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But wouldn't it have been like a canvas? Probably wouldn't it have painted on a canvas?
I don't know if he would have painted. He might have painted it on a canvas, but even still, it would have probably been in glass frame of sorts, I would imagine, and somebody just probably yanked it. I mean, if they knew what it was, you would think somebody. You would think if it was somebody who took it and they knew what it was, they would have tried to sell it by now.
Yeah. Well, art is a way that lots of money can get laundered. So yeah.
Or it could be just that, as it's in some rich fucking guy in Abu Dhabi's fucking den.
Yep.
For all we know.
With the original Mona Lisa, right? The real one.
Right next to it. Yeah.
The Louvre, the joke. Yep. Hey, Lenrod.
Yeah, over the years, though, it's gotten plenty of covers. Don't get me wrong. I mean, variations on the original. They've tried some more dramatic ones, but the title itself is almost kind of iconic because I love how Stephen tells the story of how he was first introduced. Right, like he was like, I walked into Zanuck and Brown's office, and this was just after he had done Sugarland Express, and he was kind of looking for his next project. He was working on a few things, but he hadn't quite solidified Close Encounters in E.T. yet, right, in his head. And he saw the transcript, not the book, but the transcript for Jaws, because the book hadn't come out yet. And Zanuck and Brown had bought up the rights to it right away.
Oh, already? Oh, they grabbed
well,
that
I think
early.
what happened was that eventually had started dropping, I think, chapters in like Reader's Digest, or they had done a Reader's Digest version or something like that. And I think Zanuck's wife was like one of the people who worked with Reader's Digest or something along those lines. Either way,
inside track there,
yeah, where she brought it to Zanuck and she's like, you got to check this out, and he read it in like one sitting, like he couldn't put it down, like it was just boom right through the whole thing. So they bought the rights up to the book right away. And even in the documentary, they talk about how they paid a lot for the rights, but even Benchley was just like, just sell them, get the money. We need the money.
We need the money.
Yeah. Because at that point, the book hadn't come out yet, and he hadn't quite had a lot of success at this point. There's my book right there. Right next to the fonts in use, Jaws, Peter Benchley, Pan edition. There you go. Up one more. One more.
Right? Yeah, here. Yep.
Next over. One more.
Here we go. Yep.
That's it right there.
It. Okay. Yep.
So that's the one I have right there.
Yeah. Pan. What's Pan? What does Pan mean? Is that a publisher?
It must be. Yeah, it's Pan Publishing. I know that. It's a UK company, I believe. But mine is for New Zealand.
1975.
Yep.
Okay.
That's a different version right there.
Yep. And let's say the cover of the British paperback edition of Jaws by Pan Books renders the titles and caps from novel Gothic. That's the font. Okay. J&W were modified for an even more pointy and aggressive look. This logo was repeated in subsequent edition of prints. It also referenced cover designs for Shark.
But it doesn't tell us who did it.
Let's see. And then this one.
Or why.
Pan Books 1976, right?
Oh, see, mine says 75. See, mine says 6th edition 75, but that doesn't mean they just don't have something kind of off there in their reporting. But
novel Gothic.
So I think they got those flipped around, but maybe
30th edition.
I don't know. Does mine even say now it's a major motion picture on it? I don't think it
does. Is that the same font, right?
Oh yeah, it does say now a major film. Okay.
So
yeah,
Zachary
post that. Okay.
He mentions that Roger Castell was commissioned to do the cover illustration for the first paperback edition. Okay, by Bantam. The U.S. cover appears to use the lettering for Jaws. The secondary info is an Americana. Castell's iconic illustration was used for the Pan edition shown above too. Okay.
So I was kind of right that they had somebody else do the art over there. Yeah.
Yeah. So this font is. This font is kind of like a hook.
That's the standard font, yeah.
Yeah, the hook there, yeah.
The one on top of my shirt.
Jaws too. Yeah, that really cool font. Yeah. So what font is that? Do they tell us what that font is?
I think it says
this is novel Gothic. But that's this font is Novel Gothic. Let's see, they don't tell. Oh, secondary info font is in Americana.
Americana, yeah. There you go.
There's a secondary info. That's Americana. I do a lot of you do a lot of desktop publishing, so I'm just wondering what it was. Yep. Oh, and we've got
Is the
3
J
comments.
just modified, or is that the way the J is in Americana?
Well, I think this is Americana, this font here. The secondary lettering.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the US cover uses they don't say what the font is though. Yep. Let's see, 3 comments. These are the comments, I guess, here. Okay, yeah.
Okay, it says the modified J and the W. What did it say there? You went past.
Oh, sorry, I'm going fast. Yeah, I'm going fast.
Yeah, the modified pointy forms. Oh, that's for the second one. Never mind.
The second one, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to find out what this. I'm sure I can find. You Google.
Yeah, I had it, but I think it was just called Jaws font. But like,
yeah. But what's fun? Yeah, if you do, when you do some of the artwork, it's fun to, like I've got Star Trek fonts everywhere. All kinds of fun fonts. Yep. Yeah, and Classic Comics, Classic. He says Spielberg hated the book and rewrote much of the story. Yeah, so I've never read the book
so much as he got mandated that right off the bat. They're like, get rid of the mob story, get rid of the affair. None of it's needed. But to finish off what I was saying before about Jaws, because you know this too, because he brings it up, I think, in that documentary, but he has in other documentaries too, where he's like, he saw that the transcript just sitting there said Jaws. Like, what's that? Because like at that time, Jaws was not part of the vernacular yet. So you guys got to think about that for a second. Like, this is before, like, we say Jaws now and you know exactly what I'm fucking talking about.
Yeah.
Back then he's like, what's that? Is it like about a dentist or?
Yeah.
And they're like, no, this might be perfect for you, Steven. And they're like, well, what is it? And then they explain it's about this killer shark that comes in this town and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh. So he checks it out and he saw in it, because he said right after he read the book, he went and he did like a storyboard of I think he did the scene with Hooper going down in the cage and something else. I can't remember what the other scene was. Maybe the Kittner boy dying.
They were showing some of the storyboards in the documentary.
Well, he had done some of his own too initially, because like he already was kind of seeing it in his head. And he had like this whole thing of like, oh, it's kind of like a sequel to Duel. And they're like, yeah, do it like Duel, more straightforward. Lose the other bullshit, just the straight line story about the 3 guys and the shark. And he's like, yeah, it's a lot like that. I can see it's almost like a sequel to Duel. Okay. And Duel has 4 letters and Jaws has 4 letters.
Let's find out.
He's just 26-year-old Steven fucking Spielberg at this point. He's like, yeah, we'll train a shark.
We'll train a shark, yeah.
Well, there was actually another director before Steven, and I forgot the name of him, but
who was
he didn't do a whole lot. You can find it on Google, but the problem was they fired him because he kept calling the shark a whale.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like when the whale jumps out of the water. It's like, no, yeah. Now, Johnny Skinwalker's got a great line here. Never seen a movie where it hits all the boxes. Great movie, great soundtrack, great poster. Dick Richards. Okay, great tagline, great trailer. Yeah, everything ended up being great about that movie. And of course, the shark not working famously helped it out greatly. Yeah, yep. And Jaws did. Yeah, it just hits all the boxes. I mean, it's just a great movie. Maybe if you don't like. Yeah, maybe you don't like horror or gore that much, but I think you can still kind of get by, covering your eyes at the right.
Yeah, it's not as gory as you think. In fact, the funny thing is growing up, the only shot that ever got cut out of the film was the shot where the blood spurts out of Quint's mouth. That's the only shot I ever remember getting cut out on television.
Oh, when he's
and now they just show it, like they don't cut anything. There's nothing to cut. Yeah. Well, it's just there's nothing to cut. It all falls within television. Like you said earlier, like you see worse shit on CSI every week or whatever it was you said.
It's nothing today. Yeah. Captain Finney says New Zealand is not a serious place. It is silly. Don't you live in New Zealand now?
Well, then he would know.
He would know, of course. Yeah.
Actually, I kind of like the cover though. It's kind of unique. It's like clearly like it reminds me kind of not as bad, but like in that realm of like what is it? Those Ghana Ghana posters where do those batshit crazy interpretations of fucking movies. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Totally
shared a
nuts,
couple
yeah.
of them before, but
Okay.
like, yeah, they're like just nutty ones. In fact, I might even have the Jaws one somewhere if I look for it, but because I have a bunch of them saved here that I haven't shared all of them yet, but just every once in a while I'll throw one up on X, but we'll see if I got in here. But yeah. So
And,
just the title Jaws alone. So like just them coming up with that title though, like
It's perfect.
because
It's
Benchley didn't know
simplicity,
what to do, and they ran right up to the minute, right up to the deadline of finding a title because he's like, is it going to be the Jaws of Death or the Jaws of Leviathan or just Leviathan or and they kept going back and forth and forward and back with it, and he's like, the one thing that anybody even really kind of keeps agreeing on is the word Jaws. Right.
Keep it simple.
Like that's the one thing that, that it seems to resonate with anybody. And at first, like you said, like I said before, like Steven said was, Jaws didn't mean anything yet. Right. Like now it does. Yeah. But so kind of try and tell somebody that what this book is about. I mean, it sells itself once you tell people the concept, especially back then when you haven't had a million copies of it. But
yeah. And how to go for a painting. And here, let me show. I was showing this before, but let me show something. Here's my Slimer. I just don't make that full screen. Yep. There's my Slimer that I 3D printed and painted. So had a lot of fun doing that. Right. So hot dogs are have all disappeared from my house recently, but so check out Gopher's painting. Very cool channel. I'm painting your 3D prints. So yeah, he does like hot dogs. I got to print one with hot dogs in there, but it's great to have you. Yep. So
funny.
yeah, I mean, just we could talk about Jaws for hours and hours, and we're gonna talk about Jaws for the next 6 hours. But it's just such a fun movie to talk about, and so much.
I didn't even know that's what you were planning on talking about tonight. So yeah.
Well, I figured I would talk about it a little bit because just so much history. Yep. Oh, you found it? Yep.
Here's my Ghanaian, however you say that, poster of Jaws. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Evidently in their version they use a helicopter and there's a ninja on a surfboard.
I love it. Surf ninjas must die.
They're batshit craziness.
Have you been to Universal and seen the Jaws attraction?
No, that's one thing I've never been, and I wanted to as a kid. Like that was like my dream vacation.
Yeah.
Like you guys have no idea. Like growing up, I'm like, oh,
that's what you want.
Here's another Jaws one that I don't remember at all. But Chuck Norris evidently is in the film.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And Jaws comes on land. It's Land Shark.
Land Shark.
He's got the head of Brody and Hooper. And Scarface is in it. I think that's who that's supposed to be. I don't know.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And then and the skiers from part 3 for some reason are in it.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Ghanans? So is that how you say it? I don't know how. They're from Ghana. That's all I know. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Duel 2. This time the truck is a shark. Yeah. You mean Dune?
This is one of the more famous ones here, like Uncle Buck here, where he's drilling the clown's head and Macaulay Culkin's head and chopped the shit out of the kid for some reason. I don't understand.
Crazy stuff. Yeah.
I really don't. And then I mean, Die Hard's kind of spot on. Like that one's pretty close. I don't remember John McClane getting shot in the arm, but I mean, considering but Home Alone, on the other hand, I don't remember Home Alone being so violent.
Yeah, it was a pretty damn violent movie when you think about it.
It was, but I don't remember it being this violent. And all I know is I want to see this version of Purple Rain. Like
Prince kicks ass. Yeah.
I don't remember the guns.
Oh, so that's what makes that version an all-time classic. Yeah.
And then there's Wayne's World, the all Garth edition for some reason with Alice Cooper.
That's insane. God.
And then I want to see this version of The Godfather with the extremely large cat.
Godfather, the cat father. Yeah, yeah.
He's fluffy. Call him Fluffy. I don't
And
remember
Oliver,
Batman fighting Spider-Man ever, but
oh, it was Bat Tom actually.
there's Bat Tom in the Amazing Spider. That does kind of look like Bat Tom. Spider-Man,
Just
I'm gonna
good.
kick your ass. And you asked for Dune, so there's Dune.
There's Dune, yeah.
And honestly, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, it's not far off, but then again, I don't know why there's a tremor here. One of the graboids there.
Graboid, yep.
For some reason.
Weren't they supposed to make another Tremors movie now with Bacon in it, or
there's something going on with that. Yeah, the original creators are getting the rights back, I guess, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. We were talking about
they did shoot a movie pilot, whatever, for a TV show for Tremors with Kevin Bacon that never got shown. But
I'd love to see that. God, yeah.
There's a trailer out there that exists, I think.
Interesting. Yep.
Well,
awesome.
The thing was, is people were happy to see Kevin Bacon back, but then they changed the design of the graboids, so like people were kind of like about that. But
yeah, they always got to mess with the classic look, right? Yeah. But so I've been to Universal Studios.
Classic. You been there?
Is
it fun?
I've been there. Yep. Oh, it's fun. Yep. So it's fun. So yeah, you've got the here's some pictures from it. It's just so wild to be there, and the tour. You're on a tram, so you're not like Disney World. Right. You're going on these small cars, but you're on this tram ride taking you around Universal Studios. And of course, you can watch. I won't play it, but you can watch a YouTube video. Of course, it's never as good when you're.
I have watched the YouTube video. I think there's one in Japan that has it still, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's either Japan or some Asian country over there it's still one of the only ones that still has it, and they maintain it really good, I guess.
Okay.
So,
but yeah, that was a lot of fun, and of course they take you through. There's like an earthquake section you go through on the tram ride.
Yeah, I pretty much kind of know the whole run of what happens in the Jaws part. Yeah. So, but that's where they changed out the shark right there, and that's what we were talking about earlier with Gary, where they didn't realize they had a fiberglass mold of the original Bruce hanging there for years, and then they sold
that was the last
junkyard guy. Yeah,
that was the last because all the other ones had gotten destroyed or just fell apart in disrepair, I guess, right?
Yeah,
right. So yep. So yeah, that's not the original shark there. Yeah, he's teamed up with Spider-Man a couple of times. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's just a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to be there. Yep. They closed the Jaws ride at Universal Orlando, or let's see, I'm trying to remember where.
I think both of them are closed now.
Oh, both of them are closed now, right? Yeah. For the first 2 decades, the Universal Florida's existence, Jaws is a major part. So I think I saw them on both coasts. I actually saw them on because we went in the 90s. Yep. Oh, what happened to Jaws?
Sure one of those
is Florida. Okay.
Yep. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure one of those videos that's online is from one of the last runs of Jaws.
Last runs. Okay. Yep. Yeah, in 1976, the park, which was at that time mainly just an iconic tram tour, opened a portion of the said tour which featured an encounter with Jaws, based on the film. Yep. The segment became the breakout hit of the tour and kickstarted the development of Universal Hollywood's transition from solely a studio to a theme park destination. So they did it, and I've been you go on like been there a bunch of times. It's like, when did I see what? Yep. Opening of a Jaws themed amenity area at the new Universal Studios Florida in June 1990. Something was terribly wrong with Jaws. Yep. Would almost be completely unrecognizable to those being fans of the ride in the later years. Jaws is plagued by technical problems when the park opened. Where have we heard that before? Leading to near constant breakdowns, evacuations, and downtime. Yep.
The shark is not working.
The shark is not working. Yep. Oh, they shut down the attraction in August of 1990, despite being a major part of the park's marketing. Sued the ride's designers. Oh, that's right. Okay. I remember reading about that now. Yep. So it remained closed for a few years, and they redesigned it. Okay. Yep. And what happened back to? Okay, let's see. The Jaws was totally redone. The biggest change was the ride's finales. Yep. Originally, the climax was based on the ending of the first Jaws film, featuring the ride's vehicle skipper shooting an air tank with a rifle, causing it to explode underwater, with shark pieces flying through the air. This effect never worked at an acceptable level and was replaced by the shark electrocuting itself, biting on an underwater cable attached to a high voltage barge. The ending of Jaws 2. Okay, so that's that's what I saw. Yep. So the ride was closed after hurricanes in 2004 or 5. Let's see. It was replaced. So what happened? Yeah, why would you get rid of the Jaws?
There's a training video of it. I haven't seen that yet, Hampton. I wonder if that's on YouTube. That's cool.
That'd be wild. Yeah. They still have the tram tour, but not the ride. The ride was only at Orlando. It's closed for good in 2012.
With Harry Potter. Yeah, I saw it there. Yep.
Yep. Universal Japan still is. There's operating. Yep.
See, I was right.
Yeah. Yep. Don't doubt Tom. Yep.
Well, I know if I got to see it, I want to see it. I got to go to Japan.
Yeah, made in Japan. Yep. So, So let me go to my. I wonder if I have any photos of me at Universal. Let's see if I put in Universal Studios in my Google Photos. Let me see Studios. But yeah, that's such a huge hit, though, too, right? You'd think going to see Jaws there and seeing that maybe now with 50th anniversary and all this Jaws hype, maybe we'll get something. Yep. Let's see if I have a picture.
There was 3 reasons every kid wanted to go to Universal Studios. 1 was Jaws,
right?
2 was to get to ride Back to the Future, and 3 was King Kong. Those were the 3 reasons every kid wanted to go to Universal.
That Back to the Future ride was phenomenal. I love that Back to the Future ride.
It, but yeah, obviously,
it was so good. I mean, it was basically like the Star Tours ride, but it was better in a lot of ways in terms of how it worked and the effects and God, it was good. Yeah. Is this? Do I have a picture about? Is that supposed to be the Back to the Future car? I'm just looking at my photo album. I did a search, but I didn't see anything. Yep. I gotta check it out. But we did go to Universal in Hollywood, and we did go in Florida. But it's that's a shame that they closed those down. Yeah. But then now the shark has been restored now too, so which is great. So yeah, there's a cool video on that shark restoration with Greg Nicotero did it. So they brought Bruce back to life, which is awesome. So that's great to see. Yep. So at least we've got these rides saved. You can watch a YouTube video. It's not the same thing, but it's great to have that. Yep. At least it's preserved. Yeah, because they shut down the Muppets Theater, Muppets 3D, which is one of my all-time favorite rides, and I can't believe they shut that down. That sucked. Like, how could you do that? You can't do that. But of course, Disney has their own ideas of what they think is going to be popular or work. So, but oh wait, did I find? Oh, I did find. Oh, here I do have the Jaws. Here's part. I do have the Jaws ride here. Okay, we're going through here. So let me pull this over. I was able to find it. Let's see here. Let me pull this over. Oh, now where did it go? As I pulled it over, it changed the formatting. So let me pull it back so I can find it again. Damn you, Google. Oh, here we go. Okay, so right. I think this is what's it doing? Come on, computer. I think that's a Gilmore Girls house is there. You don't need to hear the audio on this anyway, so actually let me share it with the audio before we get to the Jaws. Let me reshare it. I apologize. I do not have a producer tonight. Yep. I didn't pay them enough. Yep. Here we share audio. Here we go.
Everyone in
So this is just going through Gilmore Girls houses. Let's see, more Gilmore Girls just on the back. Just to give you an idea, you're on this tram riding around Universal, and these houses are all the fake fake houses, and you go inside. There's nothing inside but just the streetscape. So here we go. Here's
And my new boyfriend George is actually in the water. He's a police diver and he's scouring the area to make sure that what are you pointing at? What's going on? Oh,
Amity
George!
Police.
Is it a shark? Oh goodness, just punch him in the nose. I think he spilled his Gatorade. Okay, well, I guess it's another relationship over for me. So we're going to hide behind these flammable gas tanks.
Flammable gas tanks, yeah.
Fire or anything like that.
Probably get in my way. I'm trying to film this.
Yeah.
I think he's taking the bait. Can you see the shark out there anywhere? I haven't seen his fish in a while.
This is pretty
She's
cool.
not-
I feel the heat.
I say she's not sticking to the script very well, but yeah.
Let's go through this. Did I get this?
Oh dear.
I
Do they not have the music playing anymore? They used to.
They don't have the
music
music playing.
Oh, that sucks. They used to play the music. Yeah.
Only.
The music is playing in the background. Okay, now I hear
Oh,
it.
okay. I was gonna say usually they have the music
Yeah.
playing. Yeah.
Screens. Yes, it was a fake shark, just like
That's
the
fun.
fake
That's a lot of
shark
fun, yeah,
that
yeah.
Steven Spielberg used in Jaws, and you can see the only shark in existence that can do the backstroke, as he's performing so wonderfully for us right now. And Steven Spielberg.
That was fun. Yep. Yep. So let's see if I have. This was
Yeah,
for the
the ending.
earthquake ride.
Oh, yeah. They use that in Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Really well done. It's
Still the same.
My goodness, the weapons came again.
Of course, I don't know how many years this was ago, but
yeah.
looks fairly new video. Not that old. 10, 20 years.
Systems down.
We're all gonna die. It is pretty scary the way they do this. I mean,
I'm used to cyclones and a lot of rain. I'm not used to earthquakes.
Then the water comes down the stairs.
yeah, the water comes down. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not coming to help us.
It's not coming to help us. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty complicated when you think about it for this to run and work all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, all this is in Beverly Hills Cop 3. That's why I know it so well.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Let's see what we have next.
But without
there,
the Cylons, correct, Corley and Rogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What part is?
Do you have the
this?
end of the Jaws ride, or
I don't know.
because there's another
not
part
sure.
to it there? Yeah.
There's another part. Yeah.
Yeah, where he gets electrocuted at the end.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Or was that only in Florida? Maybe I don't know if they had.
Maybe I don't know.
It's just a copy of the same video got duplicated. Yeah. But it,
Oh,
I just
Anthem
lo-
says
yeah,
that's only in Orlando. Okay.
only in Orlando. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Of course, now it's not playing. Damn you, Google! Come on. Yep. But it is definitely worth going to see. It's. I remember my parents saw that in the 70s. They went there without us for work. And then my dad was telling me, "Oh, I got to see how the Bionic Man worked." He's like, "I'm not going to tell you all the secrets." I guess because back then the Bionic Man was one of the cool, cool parts of the ride, and they obviously change it up. Let me see if I do a refresh here, if it'll. Sometimes when I refresh the screen, it'll. This is all on my Google. Yeah, damn to hell Google Photos. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, let's go back. Oh, Skull Island. Here we go. Skull Island. Yeah. Well, King Kong fans here, right? Hey, Jonathan Conroy.
What warning? Huh? Wait, you said that there was a flood warning. Okay, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is fake rain. I know it's overcast, but it's fake.
There's a lot of stuff on this ride when you think about it too. You know, like a Disney ride, or usually it's 2 minutes if you're lucky, or 3 minutes. But
Chocolate's actually bigger than you've usually seen. No flood, because we'll just turn off the sprinklers now. Matt, sprinklers cut.
yeah, so Mark's got someone jumped off the tram in the silent portion. God, yeah.
Oh dear. This has been a scary day. I told you I was excited about this tour, but there seems too much excitement for me.
See, is that the last video? Let's see what happened here. Damn you, Google Photos. Okay, let me look up. When the heck did we go there? Let's see. When were these pictures taken? That was. Of course, now I lost the. There we go. That was. Yeah, Google's really screwing up on me. That was 2014-ish. Okay, yeah, 2014. Okay. But yeah, if you can get out there and go see it, yep. I would definitely recommend it. Of course, I'm a huge emergency fan, so they had Station 51 out there, Gage and DeSoto, for you emergency lovers. But yeah, so Jaws of Spawn, just so much. So much. I mean, plus the merchandising too, right? I mean, all the Jaws merchandising. Oh, there was is this a Cylon? Oh, here we go. This is a new Cylon. There's a new Cylon at Universal. Yep. Oh, and yeah, the old Cylon's to the right there. Did I? Oh, I didn't get a picture of the old Cylon. No. I didn't get a picture of that. Yep. And of course, we always got to do a little bit of enabling. So check out these posters that are for sale. Let me put this in the link here. Let's in the chat here. Put link in the chat. That's what I want to do. And Lenron says, a few years back, I went to both Disneyland and Universal. Universal took a massive dump all over Disney. LOL. Well, Universal is really kicking ass right now. Yep. And as Mohammed says, yeah, Universal is looking a lot better than Disney these days. Yeah. Yeah, they're really doing well. Of course, they've got their new, their new theme park open down there that looks like it's doing very well. Yep. Dadman really liked it. Mrs. Dadman. Yep. They loved it. Yep. And Paulie says, still queer Tom. And geez, that tram.
Here, Paulie.
Because he loves you. Geez, that tram ride scared me. Mom made me sit in the window side of the tram. Jaws jumped his head out of the water 3 feet from my face. Well, yeah,
you thank your mother for that experience.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. So we haven't really talked about Jaws 2 and 3, but look at this. Look at these cool posters. Yeah. So this is Vice Press. Now this is a timed edition. This is sold out. This is a multi-layer acrylics. That's probably the coolest one. So it's actually a poster with some depth to them. So
that sucks. Yeah, I don't have the catch right now.
Yeah. So 3-layer archival pigment on multi-layers of acrylic, and that was a limited edition. Very small quantities of this poster were made. But God, it looks looks gorgeous. And I bought a bunch of Vice Press posters, and they're them and Mondo. I mean, they're look at how that. So you've got depth there to the poster. That's so
man,
cool.
now I want it.
Man, that is sold out. That's a wild poster, yeah. And they made 3 different sizes. Yeah, so they only made 100 of the big ones, 125 medium, 125 small. So those sold out probably pretty quickly, yeah. Oh yeah, so the different layers there, yeah, that's cool.
Sucks.
And we're both talking about the Jaws 3D poster is phenomenal, isn't it? I mean,
I
it
do
is
like
great.
that poster, yeah.
Yeah. So this one is $65. But if you watch, if you look at my channel, I've got a couple of unboxings on these. If you search through it, I mean, it's almost like it's printed on cardboard. So when I went to do an unboxing, or and we're going to put them in the frames, the posters were rolled up and they were so thick. Normal movie poster, it's pretty thin. You just put some weight, just kind of flatten it out. That sucker, it's like cardboard stock almost. The next time I did an unboxing, I had to take them out the night before and put weights on top of the posters. Obviously, something in between the poster to protect it, but to flatten it out before you could put it in the frame, because you don't want to mess up your your poster. The worst is we have a poster and you put you kind of unravel it and you get that wrinkle in it, or you kind of catch it the wrong way and it messes up the paint on it. You're like, no. But Jaws 3D, oh my God, that was a horrible movie. Now Jaws 2 has got some great scenes in it, and a great poster too, right?
Yeah, I got a soft spot for 3, but yeah, and that's one I gotta get. I don't have one for 2 or 3 for that matter, or Revenge, but
Yes, what they do here, the original key art. So they I think it was Matt Ferguson was the artist, who they kind of get the original artwork and they make it perfect, basically, right? So they try to do whatever they can to spruce up because sometimes they don't have the original artwork for some of these posters. They have to redo it. Yep. And Johnny, these I prefer the posters of Jaws and Jaws 2 without the black bars around them.
Yeah, I'm kind of either way.
But yeah, these would be great, great posters. I might buy Jaws 3D. You still have 3 days left to buy these. So, and they'll print, however many they sell, they'll print. So this was the only one that was a limited quantity. Typically with these, they'll say there's 100 of them or 200 or whatever. But
now, is that price with a frame or without?
That's without a frame. Yep. So the one sheet is $65, and it's shipping from England. So shipping is $18. So it's almost like if you buy 2, it's like shipping is cut in half. It's like buy more, spend more. Buy more, save money. So if you buy 2 of them, its shipping is like $19. So which actually is pretty reasonable shipping from across the pond. It's actually not crazy, but so then the poster ends up being $85. But if you get 2 of them, then it comes down. Yep. So yeah, it's and Brian Hepburn loves Jaws 3D. Don't care.
It has elements of it that I enjoy.
Paulie's getting back at you. Yep. And I've got sub to no one here. Yep. Donna. It says Stark of Iron. Hail Stark of Iron. Yep.
Yeah, we didn't even really get to talk much about even the score or anything. Like, there was a lot of stuff we didn't even get time to talk about earlier.
There's so much to talk about, but yeah, the score is so simple, right? But that's primal. That's just primal music to your ears.
Well, there's elements of Psycho in it, kind of, and Williams even said, that simplicity of it, like you said, is primal. But I think the more inspired part isn't even. I mean, yes, of course, the shark theme is the obvious piece that everybody remembers. But what I love is the other music that he came up with for the film, because, like, I don't even know if Spielberg really realized it at the time when he was making the movie so much, because, he's so invested in other things. But, like, I love it. They even have it in that documentary, but I've heard the story before where, Williams watched the movie for the first time, and it was one of the films that he loved before he, you know, without any of the music or anything like that. He just enjoyed it just for watching it when he watched it the first time. And he called Steven up and he goes, "This is like a pirate movie. You know, this needs some pirate music." And Steven's just like, "What?" It's like, yeah, trust me on this. Like, we need some pirate music in here. And he didn't have any clue what he was really getting at. But what I'm talking about is that, dun, 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 you know, that adventure music that plays when they're in the, you know, in the orca and stuff. And it's just, it fits, you know, it's not a theme that you think about when you think about Jaws. But to me, I do. Like, I know that theme plus the Amity themes as well. Right?
Yeah.
Which are kind of more marches. But like, yeah. And of course, John Williams being John Williams, I mean, I'm pretty sure. I think he won he got nominated. I think for this. I think he won. But like that's one of the few elements that did win. But yeah,
because Steven Spielberg didn't get nominated for Best Director, which was people were
nominated.
were pissed off at the time. Yeah. So, Muhammad is reading Jack Kirby's Fourth World hardcover. Oh, that's great stuff. Yep. And you're reading Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, issue 136, and Forever People issue number 1. New Gods. I love New Gods and Miracle Man. Yep, issue 1 or Mr. Miracle issue 1. Yep, Miracle Man. Yeah, Mr. Miracle. Great stuff. Yep, glad you're reading that. Enjoy that. Yep. And I work hard for my little corner of the internet. Yes, you do. Yep, do a great job. Yep. Jaws is a great film. Yep. Yeah.
Well,
this poster is cool. What do you think of this poster?
It's all right. I don't know if I'd pay that much for it.
No, but I mean, well, this one's $40. Yep.
Yeah.
So, but it's not.
That one's all right. I've seen that one before. That one's been on before. Yeah.
That's okay. I think. Yep. That one I don't like. This one as much. Yep.
Yeah, that looks like a cover for a book or something.
Yeah, I don't
like an art book.
Yeah, that one's not as good. This is kind of interesting, but
that one's all right. I've seen that one before too.
Vice Press. Yep. So.
But the other thing most people don't talk about when it comes to John Williams music is the score he did for part 2, I would almost argue is better than the score he did for part 1.
Wow.
But
you would think so? Yeah, overall, yeah.
Yeah, because he adds a couple more themes to it, and there's this beautiful, like, dreamy theme that he gives. I would call it the Ocean's theme. I don't even know what he necessarily calls it. I have to look, because it's part of the original title track to Jaws 2, but it's this beautiful harp theme that kind of plays as the divers in the beginning of part 2 are down there looking at the wreckage of the orca, and then it leads right into the bomb bump. You know, it's this beautiful theme that's just disrupted by the horror of Jaws. And then you also get the music of the kids is a little bit different than the pirate music from the first film. But I mean, all the elements are there from the first movie plus things added on top of it. So to me, it's just like one of those rare, you know, I think he wants to come in here and give me shit. Is that him?
Is that? Let's say you've got the power. Oh no, it's Courtney here. But let me check.
Oh, it's Courtney. I thought I heard the.
You've got the. Hey, Courtney, how's it going?
Jaws. It's going well.
You like Jaws?
I was terrified of Jaws. I thought Jaws was coming out of the crosses at the end of like the swimming pool when I had swim team when I was a little girl. Jaws was everywhere.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water.
Yeah, it's never safe. They actually have because it's what, their 50th anniversary or 40th? 50th?
50th. Yeah.
Yeah, they have all these Jaws like button-up shirts for your dog at Petco, and I totally want to get one for my dog, but they're way too expensive. They're adorable though. Hello to the chat. And hi, Tom. Hi, Mark.
Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Yep. And Paulie sent me, looks like the funniest 9/11 call ever recorded.
Oh, shit. I don't even know how that could be. But all right. Let's see.
Does it play though? Why is it not playing?
You got to click the mute button. It just won't play for you in general.
Oh, maybe.
There's a house in Compton.
What is the cross street at the corner of Harris Avenue?
Alondra.
Is Elizabeth or Marcel Street close to you?
Yes.
All right. What is your phone number, please?
310-631-3168.
What's wrong right now?
I don't know. I just want them to take the ambulance, take me to the hospital, and that's it.
How old are you?
I'm 19, homeboy.
19 years old.
Yeah.
You're a male?
I'm a male, motherfucker. Yeah, of course.
What happened to you?
I fell down. I want them to fucking check my head or my finger because I'm kind of cut and shit.
Okay. You fell off of what?
What?
What'd you fall off of?
Fucking stairs and shit like that. Shit. Man, too much information and shit, man.
Well, we need to get the information so we know what ambulance to send.
Fuck.
Yes.
This is a real call. This is crazy.
I don't think this is real.
Drinking it all tonight?
This is not
What?
real.
Have you been drinking it all tonight?
A couple.
All right, listen real carefully. We're on the way out to your house at 16121 South Harris Avenue, and that's in Compton. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes. Hey, you don't got to bring all that siren and shit. Just come like quiet and shit.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And pick me up and that's it. Send to a
Agent
Memorial
is
Hospital.
That's where you want to go?
Yeah, just let me. I got insurance and all that piece of shit.
Oh, fantastic. I don't think they'll really care, though. They'll try to give you the best help they can.
All right, Holmes.
You having any trouble breathing right now?
Hell no.
Okay, good. Do you have any other injuries? Yes, you said your hands are cut up. Any other
Man, my
injuries?
lip.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you have any severe bleeding, like a real bad bleeding, or is it?
I was and shit. My fucking fingers.
All right. Is it under control now?
Yeah.
Okay. How about broken bones? I feel like you broke it.
Yeah, I feel my hand. Like, I can't move my fingers and shit.
Just try to sit still and don't move your hand at all. Because we want to x-ray to make sure it's all right.
All right, Holmes.
All right. How about amputated parts or impaled objects? Anything you cut off or anything still sticking in your skin, like a piece of wood or glass or anything like that? Any nausea, vomiting? You think you're going to throw up at all?
No.
How about pale, cool, or sweaty skin, like you're going into shock?
No.
Okay.
I like going to sleep and shit.
All right. Well, sit there with the phone right now and wait for us to get there to help you out. If anything changes, just call us right back, okay?
All right, Victor.
What's your name?
This isn't real.
Victor Fuentes.
Yeah,
All right, Victor. We'll be there in just a moment.
All right.
Fire department operator 75. What's the address, please?
I think it just started over.
Yeah, I think it started again.
Because you know how the dead giveaway is? They don't
Much
let you off the
information.
phone.
Yeah, they'll never
that
hang
was
up.
funny,
9/11.
though. Yeah. But that was funny, Paulie.
Yeah, one time I called by accident too. Like and like I hit like 9. I'm like, oh shit, 911, and I hung up. Like they called me back like 2 seconds later. Yeah.
Yeah, you're almost better off just staying on the line at that point and saying I accidentally called you because it just causes more issues than you.
More issues. Yeah,
I've totally done that. I've totally done that. When they had the iPhone set up where if you hit like the button or whatever for emergency calls, I had to turn that thing off because
or the watch, if you bend when your watch and then you set your watch off. Yeah. It's like Bruce doesn't look as good in the second movie. I think I like the original Bruce.
They did a few little differences to it. I don't mind him as much. There's some really cool shots in Jaws too.
Yeah. Well, they got rid of the hinge there too, so the hinge that weird.
Yeah, that
hinge
helps. Is that you can't see the jaw hinge.
Yeah.
But there's also like this great shot of Jaws just like annihilating this one chick. Like, let me see if I can find it here.
You can find it, yeah.
Can I say hi to just a few people real quick that just showed up? Katie showed up. Hi, DJ Knight. Hi, Paulie. Sounds like my cousins. I was bawling. And I saw my buddy Colorado, however you say his name. But what's up?
Hey, Katie.
And hello to everybody.
Why do you call him paper cut? Great to have everyone here hanging out with us on Sunday Night Geekery into the wee hours of the morning. Although it's not as late for Paulie out in the Californias yet, so 3 hours behind. But
10:30 for him, 11:30 for
10:30,
me.
not too bad. But Jaws 2, just that whole sailboat scene when all the boats are together. That's what really scared the crap out of me. Yeah. Just when you thought it was safe to go back into the water. Yeah, that's a great tagline. Yeah, here, let me add.
It's kind of wonky looking, but this is one of the coolest shots in the movie. He just obliterates this chick here. Crunch. One bite, she's gone. Just gone. It's like
Waka Waka. Yeah, no, the
Yeah.
shark did look better. I guess that did look better in terms of the effects. Yeah, but ouch. Yep.
Well, this time they knew a few of the things to plan for, right? Like,
Yeah.
Because they had the same team working on the shark, of course. But
Yeah, they just needed more time to get it to work right too. So
that's another great shot right there. That it's right below the Jaws 2 book there, with the shark where he just misses.
let's see which
right.
Oh, this one.
Right there. It says classic trailer. Yeah, just where he
Yeah,
misses.
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I
Of
could
course,
play
you
the
can
trailer.
see the hydraulic.
Yeah, but it did have some great moments in Jaws. But how money wise, how much did
it did all right. It didn't. I mean, it didn't do nearly as good as the first film, but it did pretty well. I think it did back then like 100 and I think I want to say 150 or so million.
Budget 30 million. Let's see, Jaws 2. Budget 20 million, box office 208 million. That's pretty damn big for
Also, it did better than I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty
and
big.
Janelle Schwartz is the director, Jay Price, the guy who went on to direct Superman or Supergirl and a couple other things. In fact, I think he
Somewhere in
just passed
Time,
away not too long
Supergirl,
ago.
Santa Claus the movie. Yep.
Yeah, he just passed away. I think last year or the year before, one of the two. Yeah.
Has Spielberg, other than the Indiana Jones movie, he kind of stayed away from sequels, I guess, right? Other than Indy and what else?
Well, that was the thing. He controlled like the the Jurassic films and certain other things. Like
he only directed the first, right?
Yeah, well, he directed the first 2 Jurassic films.
Oh, he did the first. Okay,
but Jaws kind of taught him like if you don't have, he was very upset that he didn't have control over the Jaws franchise because I don't think he would have. I'm not saying he wouldn't have done sequels. I just don't think he would have done them the way that they were. I guess I don't know. He knew that. I just know that was one of the reasons why he made sure he had control over the sequels to any of his other films going forward. So yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that it was going to happen one way or the other.
And good night to Muhammad.
Good night, Muhammad. Sorry, I was going to ask Tom. Did the first Jaws make a ton of money, or was it more just? Oh
God,
it did. Okay.
Biggest film of all time until Star Wars came out. Yeah.
Well, I know it was like a huge film. I just didn't know if it was like a money, because sometimes they're not money makers, but.
Oh yeah. Jaws was technically one of the first blockbusters. It was the first summer tentpole film, basically.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was
budget of $9 million, made $480 million. Yeah,
that's with inflation. Yeah,
but with inflation and it's one of the
$1 billion film with inflation.
Yeah.
And it never got old. I mean, people still enjoy that movie, so it's like.
Oh, it's hitting
someone wrote in the chat,
August.
It made me question the beach or something like that, and it's so true.
Oh, it terrified all sorts of people from ever going back into the water again. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
I'll never forget, when I was a kid too, and I was still afraid of Jaws. My family went to Florida, and you know how in Florida you can walk really far out because there's sandbars and stuff. So I walked out with my little brother who could barely swim, but it was shallow water, and then from the pier, someone caught a shark or something. That was a little tiny shark, but we didn't know that. And so we're trying to my brother couldn't swim, so I was trying to run through water. Running through water does not work to get out. We were so afraid.
If I saw that Jaws, I run. Yep. Yeah, and around 2.5 billion with inflation. Yeah. So here's I love this chart. Yeah, top adjusted lifetime gross.
Although I think there's some problems with this, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not but just gives you a good idea.
Yeah. Well, another problem is they didn't do worldwide box office until the 90s. So movies like Jaws, Star Wars, Superman made a hell of a lot more money than what we know.
Yeah.
I
Superman 2, according to the numbers they have here in these things, Superman 2 technically flopped. But there ain't no way it was one of the biggest movies that year. Yeah, it's no, that's not true. That's just the U.S. take, and that's it. Yeah.
But Gone with the Wind, #1 all time. Of course, this includes re-releases, but And when you think of it too, how cheap a movie ticket was, or like, but everyone saw Gone with the Wind in the
I wish they
country,
would do them by
basically.
tickets, just tickets alone.
Tickets alone, yeah. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
That's 200 million tickets. Yep.
Yeah, because
Star
by
Wars
tickets alone, yeah.
Star Wars, No Bloody 4, No Bloody New Hope. Yep, 180 million tickets. And let's compare Jaws. Yeah, 130 million tickets. So 10 Commandments, Titanic was probably the latest movie. Yeah.
I don't know
Titanic
about that Titanic number, but that's not fair because that's a worldwide number there. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Yeah.
Yeah. But it just gives you an idea, like, Snow White.
My opinion is you should only put Titanic up with, because those are U.S. totals there is my point.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Well, and
Except
also
for-
back then, how many people like snuck into the theater, which is a shame, but.
Well, a lot of theaters, you pay once and they could care less. They'd let you stay all
you
fucking
go.
day.
We used to do that, like movie hop. Totally.
Most of them didn't care as long as you paid once. They were more worried about you buying, because it benefited them because you were staying there longer and buying the snacks and shit.
Right.
Or playing in the
That is
arcade or
true.
whatever. Yeah.
Unless
Or my
you were
dad
me
would
that
go to-
brought their own snacks.
Well, my dad
Well,
told me
yeah.
they go to the movie theater all day, right? They'd sneak in or pay 10 cents and, back in the day or whatever. Yeah, and they spent their whole Saturday there, right? Yeah. Yeah, we should count the tickets sold like they do in France. So the French got something right then. Yep. Well, yeah, Snow White was a train wreck. Yeah, the original Snow White.
It's not that Snow
Disney.
White.
Yeah. Ziegler was fired. Yeah. Or Rachel Ziegler. Oh, so weird.
If you
what
want to share
happened to
my
her.
picture here real
Oh,
quick.
let me.
I got
let me
something.
add that.
This one
Let
actually
me-
had a comic book adaptation from Marvel
Ooh, cool. Jaws 2.
in Marvel
Oh, wow.
colors. Yes.
That's pretty wild.
A few choice pages here to check out. There you go. There's one. You can get some shark in there. There's some more. What's messed up is this comic book is more gorier than the film. See, look at this shit.
Right? Well, they show her chomped in half. Yeah.
Yeah, she's getting chomped up. And
That was the
shit.
scene you just. That was the scene you just showed, right?
Yeah. This is actually,
Right?
is it?
Or was it the same or different?
No, this is I think a different scene actually.
Different
Is
scene.
it?
Okay.
No, it might be the same scene. You might be right. Because
Because the comic was showing more detail. Yeah.
Oh no! What this is this is the scene. Okay, so what this is the ski scene. So that's the girl that's getting eaten by the ski.
Oh,
But
the
in the
water
movie-
scene. Yeah.
But in the movie, it's only one girl in the boat. There's not all these other people. That's why I was thrown off. So they got this guy throwing the gas at the shark, and he lit it on fire. Well, see, in the movie, it accidentally gets lit on fire. Okay, so yeah, so this comic might even have been based on an earlier version of the script too. So that happens sometimes. I haven't read through it in a while. I have the actual book, but yeah, like just how gory this is compared to the.
Yeah. That's for kids. For kids, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember him just taking out a boat either. So which one is this? Oh, so it's just the kid. Okay, so when he busts in with the kids. Okay, all right. Yeah, they're just really much different than what the movie turned out to be. So, and even has the shark jumping out of the water and getting zapped here at the end.
And then it gets electrocuted, right? Yeah.
Like it's some nutty shit going on.
Did any
here,
of
but
you
that's
ever
cool.
go to the ride?
We were talking about that
Universal
just
Studios
before you
ride?
got here, actually. Yeah.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
I
I
was
was
just showing
at
my
right
pictures
where
of being
Jaws
at the
came
Universal
up.
ride. Yeah.
And I was a child, and it was terrifying, even though I could see like the mechanics from the inside of his mouth. But yeah, that was not good.
Yeah.
Way to traumatize your children, Mom. Thanks.
But then Jaws 3, of course. I remember being in the movie theater for Jaws 3. So Jaws 2 is you could argue that it's a decent, as far as sequels go, that it's a decent sequel. So I know it doesn't.
I
get a
think
lot
it's
of
very underloved and underappreciated, overbashed. It's not nearly as bad of a movie as a lot. It's as good or better than a lot of horror sequels, actually. And it's funny because we were talking about how basically both of the first two Jaws films follow a lot of the slasher film formula.
Yeah.
Especially the second one. Like second
Hi,
one is
Calvin.
basically Friday the 13th in the water.
Yeah.
it's a Friday the 13th movie and Jason is a shark. Like, that's really what it is.
Yeah.
Because you just introduce all these kids so they can just start getting munched down. Like, and I think Jaws kills like twice as many fucking people in the sequel.
Yeah.
They did in the
and that's
first
a terrifying thing about, like, you're in a catamaran, there's two pontoons and you're like on a trampoline basically.
Oh yeah.
That's why it's so scary there with the the shark coming out of the water to get you. Yep. That's what these scenes were just so damn scary.
I love the story that Carl Gottlieb tells about the sorry, Mark, go ahead, finish. Sorry.
Just to say, I wonder if the people filming this got scared. Like, I'm so paranoid about sharks from seeing the Jaws movie. Like,
they're probably just bored more than anything. But yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder if they tell them, like, oh, we have divers down there. There's no sharks. They're gonna get you.
They have people all around, especially with the kids. They had people all around underneath and stuff because in case people fell in and everything like that. So
yeah,
it was probably a lot more. I think the sequel was more rigidly planned and went off without a hitch. Because Jeannot was able to do a lot more experimentation with the shark and stuff. Like, there's some really cool shots, like that we didn't get to talk about earlier, like where he put a saddle on the back of the shark once and just rode the son of a bitch. Like, so that's that great shot where it's from the shark's fin point of view. It's really cool and unique shot. And there's some other cool stuff he played with. But the shark eating the helicopter is a great shot too there that you had on screen.
Yeah.
There. That's what made me interrupt you on accident there. But
okay,
not on
yeah,
accident,
this
but
one,
kind of.
This one here, right?
So that shot is not actually in the movie. That's something somebody put together. I don't know what that's actually from. Like, the shark is not in that shot in the movie. So what happens in the movie is, this helicopter guy is going to haul him in, and Jaws comes up from underneath him and fucking just takes him out. In the theatrical cut, it shows him take him under, and it's funny because Carl Gottlieb went to one of the earlier screenings, and he's like, the guys coming out of it were just so jazzed about it. They're like, this one Jaws eat a helicopter. But what's cool is in the TV cut, you actually see what happens underwater, and you see the like he busts into the window and shit. It's kind of cool. So I wish they'd release that version on Blu-ray. It'd be cool. The TV cut has a bunch of extra scenes in it.
Yeah, there were a lot of extra scenes from watching.
Well, they
Jaws
had to do that.
Yeah.
Well, they had to do a lot of that padding of extra scenes on TV versions usually, just so they had enough for commercials. So it fit up with their commercial schedule.
Yeah,
Jaws 2 was just
they'd
under
make it 2 nights
hours,
sometimes. Or sometimes they'd make.
Well, this was one of the rare occasions where they wouldn't do that, but like the second one didn't add up to like 2 hours, so they had to add a few bits. But the first one was just at the perfect time to where they didn't have to add or subtract much of anything from it. Yeah. And I think if anything, maybe there's one shot added or whatever, one scene added, and that was it. I think maybe in the first one, but I don't remember.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask before. Like, did they have any safeties, especially the first Bruce? Like, what if like you could have an accident like this? Yeah, I mean, it's not a real shark, obviously, but hydraulics are powerful.
They are hydraulics, and that was the thing, is they were kind of scary, but they like the shark itself had like foam gums, and I think the teeth were made of like a
make it safer.
The thing you got to worry about is squeezing too hard, right? Like, it was kind of the same problem they had with Jessica Lange the year after this with.
And didn't she almost get crushed by the hand?
She almost got crushed to death, a couple times because they would, crush a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got a crush on Jessica Lange, but they when you think about it, it's a huge mechanic. It's like you're an earth mover or something, and boom.
It's usually attached to like these big, huge machines and everything. Well, that shot you got there on screen right now with the shark, that's actually from Jaws: The Revenge. That's how much of a nerd I am.
That's the Revenge. Okay, yeah.
That's the banana boat scene. Yep.
Yeah, the Revenge is when it gets ridiculous. I remember just being in the movie theater.
Fun.
It's fun, ridiculous.
It's bad.
Bad movie. It's bad. Yeah, so I'm watching. We went to see that opening night with my friend Brian.
Bruce 2 is happy.
And this is some of the all they wanted was the fantasy. All they want was the Brody kids. Isn't this the one where the shark is like totally out for revenge on the Brody kids? Or
no, this one. What happens in this one?
This is this water skiers.
The Water World one. It's the Water World. Or SeaWorld. That's where they shot it.
Yeah.
And it was this big, huge thing where they were going to do a cross promotion with SeaWorld, and then SeaWorld backed out at the last minute, even though it still has some SeaWorld stuff in the movie because they couldn't get rid of it all. But like, yeah, it was, they shot it in one of the, I think the Florida SeaWorld, if I'm not mistaken.
SeaWorld thought it would be bad publicity. Did people want to go to SeaWorld because they were worried about getting eaten by a shark?
Well, actually, I think the problem they had was, if I remember correctly, somebody in the chat, if they know better, please correct me, but because like I said, there's still a bunch of SeaWorld shit in there, and they call it, I think they still call it SeaWorld in the movie. But they had to cut back on a lot of it because they were all pissed about the fraternizing between the employees and the film.
Teenagers, working at SeaWorld.
We have a very young, sexy Leah Thompson, for instance, in the film, sleeping with Sean Brody. And then you got Mike Brody, who's sleeping with one of his coworkers. Yeah, okay. and played by Dennis Quaid, so that's the only real. I mean, honestly, they don't even have to really be the Brody family. I have that. That's one of the cool things I have right there.
Yeah,
the only thing that pissed me off is I thought it lit up. It doesn't light up. But I want to find some. I just want to get some LEDs for the bottom.
Put some LEDs behind it. Yeah. But how big is it? It was pretty big.
It's fucking big. Bigger than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
I could go grab it, but it's a ways away. But like,
I saw that at Comic-Con. Yeah,
it's like 14 inches tall, I think.
Yeah, it was pretty decent. Yeah. Oh,
it's
and DJ Night. Yeah, Retro. I was on that watch party with Retro Nerd Girl actually. So
it
that was
pissed me off because they put a swimsuit on her too.
Yeah, well, they got to do that if they're selling it. Yeah, lame. Be like France. Yep.
Be like France. Who cares what's showing the booby?
Yeah.
Did you guys address? Someone was talking about the land shark sketches.
Yes, we brought that up a few times.
Oh my gosh!
I would love land sharks.
Andy Graham. Funny. I'm not a shark, ma'am. I'm just a dolphin.
I'm a dolphin. That was Chevy Chase in the original ones, wasn't it?
Yes. Yep.
And then they went on for like.
And I love John Belushi in those too. This is not a boating accident. This is a land shark. And he would always come up with something else each more elaborate the next time. This isn't like what was it, like a moped accident? This is a land shark.
Back when SNL was so good.
Oh God, yes. And that one was probably one of the best skits ever. I loved the land shark skits growing up. Like they were my favorite. That's probably why, honestly, it's kind of weird. Now that I think about it again, I just had another one of these weird, like, fucking moments from my childhood pop back in my head, like I did last week with Jaws. Jaws just recently. That's probably one of the reasons why I fell in love with Saturday Night Live. I was like 3 years old watching, because I remember my dad used to rent VCRs and bring them home with videos, and we had like the best of SNL was one of the earlier tapes. And I didn't care. I didn't know any of these fucking people in the show. I just remembered the land shark because I liked Jaws, and it was like the land. Yeah, I was probably like 5 or 6 at this point. So, because I think I had to have seen Jaws at this point. So, but I mean, I was well aware of Jaws because I told the story. I don't know if you were still there before, but I remembered an earlier part to my whole Jaws experience because I saw Jaws when I was 6 for the first time, and that was because I went and rented it because Jaws 2 was going to be on television, and I wanted to see the first one first. And my mom finally said it was okay for me to watch Jaws. Before that, it wasn't. That was one of the few taboo movies. That and horror films she wouldn't let me watch usually. But
my parents let me watch. They didn't even know. They didn't care.
But I could I never really thought about why I was so obsessed with seeing Jaws. And then I remembered the other day why it was. When I was like 3 years old. This was when I was like 3 years old. 3 or 4 maybe. 4 at the oldest. My uncle had a satellite dish and had HBO or Showtime and all that stuff, So my cousins were watching Jaws 3. Yes, my cousins were watching Jaws 3 and they kept kicking me out of the room. So I got pissed, first of all, because I'm having FOMO. Right?
Yeah.
And my fucking older cousin won't let me watch Jaws. This is bullshit. I couldn't say bullshit, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm probably crying to mom, and mom's like, you can't be watching Jaws. You're not watching that. Well, I snuck in to catch a few scenes before they could see me, and I saw the Leah Thompson scene where she gets bit in the leg and her leg's all bleeding out and shit. And that stuck with me, and I had that memory like the other day. I'm standing in the kitchen thinking about Jaws and what I want to do for my show tonight that we did tonight earlier, and I'm like, that memory just came back to me. I'm like, oh shit, that's weird.
I remember that now. Yeah. So,
and it's kind of the same thing with Land Shark. I took to Land Shark like right away. Like the other skits were like whatever. All of a sudden, Land Shark came on, and I'm just like, that is fucking.
That was your jam.
That was my jam, and that introduced me to Saturday Night Live. So it is weird how like these things in your life kind of create this web of like connectivity.
They had the best.
And Oliver says Michael Caine's performance in Jaws: The Revenge was underwhelming. Yeah, was he like he had to pay? Like, I have to pay for my vacation or something? Or
well, it was
really
basically
snide remark.
Oh no, his famous. I was gonna say this has one of the most world famous interviews ever about a movie. I can't remember what it was on, but he was asked about Jaws: The Revenge, and he's like, "I haven't seen it, but I have seen the house that it bought my mother, and it's very beautiful."
And it was something with how he got paid or would have paid.
Yeah, well, yeah, he got paid pretty good for that.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, he did. he was like, because that was the thing. They needed a star. Right, like they didn't have, and
you don't have Schneider.
They tried desperately to get Roy Scheider to come back,
and he was done. Yeah,
most people don't. Yeah, he's like, nope, thank you, but you could not offer me enough money to get back on that boat.
Right?
Nope. And in fact, Jaws 2, he almost sued Universal over that whole fucking deal because he had a 2-picture deal with Universal. And I can't remember, he didn't end up getting to be in the French Connection 2 because of it, if I remember correctly.
So he was pissed off.
Because, yeah, he had the contract, so they were trying to get him to do it. But I think he threatened to sue him over the whole deal because he didn't want to do it. And then they're like, all right, well, if we do this, it'll take up the contract for both films and we'll pay you very handsomely. So Roy got paid very, very well.
He got paid well, yeah.
Right. But
don't feel bad for him.
Yeah, he's like, at the end of the day, that was it. I'm done.
Especially on the water, it's a brutal shoot too. Yeah. I mean, it's not like,
and that's why the second film, he's barely in the water in the second film.
Like, screw that. Yeah. And look at this. At first, amazed SeaWorld patrons think the terrifying shark is simply one of the impressive exhibits. So there's a SeaWorld, I guess it's a Topps chewing gum card. Yeah, with a SeaWorld. Yeah, because that was that great scene in Jaws 3D where the shark is all the people are underwater there. Yep.
Now keep in mind when Jaws 3D came out, you guys this was the earlier, again, they were trying the real 3D like we have now, right? That's easy to do with digital, but it wasn't very easy to do because you had to have 2 different fucking projectors. And so the problem was, unless you had somebody who was really good at their job, they could really fuck up the presentation real bad. And a lot of times when people want to say this and Friday the 13th Part 3 and Amityville 3D, they were in really bad presentations.
Did they do it with the glasses back then?
Yeah, it was with glasses, but what it was it's like they have now with the polarized glasses when you go see a 3D movie now. So as you see there, those glasses that are on the screen there to the far left, they're blue. They're not the red and blue. Yeah. So what it is a polarized 3D. So they actually had to have 2 separate projectors synced up at the same time, playing 2 separate images on top of each other. And what the glasses do is separate those 2 images. It's the same thing as when you go to the eye doctor and they put the glasses on there and they're like, tell us which one of these things is popping out at you. It's to check your depth perception.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Is that when they dilate you? Or
Not the dilation.
They used to do it when you're a little kid, usually more so. I don't know if they even do it anymore when you're an adult, but because I haven't done it in years, so I don't think they still do it. I think it's just to check and see if you have any stereoscopic problems with your eyes.
I did go to a 3D thing with the glasses, and they had 2 different pairs.
Yeah.
It wasn't last April, but the April before for 420, they had a Pink Floyd The Wall laser light show, but it was at like an old theater called the Paramount in Denver. So it was like, it was like I had seen a light show before, but it was in one of those planetarium, kind of, or the IMAX kind of things or whatever. This is like literally an old theater with like a stage and an orchestra pit and whatnot, and they just had lights everywhere. But yeah, they gave us 2 different pairs of glasses, and I took pictures like looking behind me because I just thought it was so cool to see everyone in those glasses.
Yeah, so this isn't like a standard 3D though, like where you get like the red and blue like they give you on a cereal box.
Crappy,
yeah. Yeah. So this is so if you got to see a good presentation of Jaws 3D or Friday the 13th 3D, like outside of the obligatory things sticking out at the screen, like the gimmicky aspect of it, it does help in seeing it in 3D. The effects don't look as hokey. I mean, yes, they're still
And-
pretty bad in some shots.
Yeah, they still have some fun. Yeah, they just have some fun. Yeah, like
It's
silly stuff.
squealing. Okay. Well, it's pretty accurate.
And like IMAX 3D, I always found the IMAX 3D be much brighter.
It is much better, yes.
present, much better than a regular 3D. I remember seeing the new Clash of the Titans remake in 3D. I'm like, it was like you're in someone's, back room. Turn the lights off. It's like I can't see it. So yeah,
Well,
they did try their
ones.
best. Yeah,
There
they
was
did
some
try their
bad
best.
ones,
And then the fake 3D, they do the digital 3D effect,
Mhm.
the fake, for modern movies. I think 3D has pretty much gone away, but
for
they
the
will
most part, it's
show-
still around, but
yeah,
I
it's
don't think
not
I ever saw a real deal like in the IMAX or like that.
it's fun. It's pretty neat. I saw a couple films with the 3D IMAX, and I mean, it's just
Do
like seeing
things
it
like
now.
jump out at you?
Kind of. It's just like, I don't know if you ever got to see it as just a standard 3D presentation in the theater. It's very similar, but it's a much bigger screen, and sometimes they have special bits that are like where the screen will get bigger, or things will pop out a little bit more.
Yeah, my
Like Guardians
first
of the
3D
Galaxy.
experience was that 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, because Guardians of the Galaxy was actually really fun, and because like instead of it, because like IMAX now it'll open up in certain shots, but for that, instead of it opening up, it would still stay the 2:3:5 aspect, but like things would pop out of the aspect ratio. So like you would have like that scene where they're in that like casino place or whatever it is in Guardians of the Galaxy, and there's that rat thing jumping up at the screen. Like it actually jumps out of the screen at you because it comes off of the 2:3:5 aspect ratio and back into the picture. It's really kind of cool. They did the same thing with Ghostbusters actually too, which is fucked up. The 3D on that's kind of neat.
You said IMAX theaters that do that.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about, and I'm talking about, of course, the girl Ghostbuster. Sadly, that's the only good thing about it was the 3D presentation was actually kind of neat. So like you had ghosts and stuff that would come off the screen, and then like whenever they would shoot the bolts, it would like come through the black of the ratio, so it would actually feel like it's coming out at you. So like that kind of stuff was cool. But like this one was just, there's some interesting shots in here, some not so great.
Some cheesy ones, some cheesy ones. That they
so
put
now
in
I
just
guess
for
in this,
fun,
and I never knew this before, in this bit here where the shark's blowing up, Gary told me that there's a little ET doll somewhere in there coming at you.
ET.
Yeah, I didn't know about that until he told me that now, and I'm like, oh, now I gotta watch for it.
Did you say ET? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I guess ET is in
As
there.
a joke, yeah.
I just
ET's
got an
not funny,
OG
no.
ET t-shirt I found at the thrift store. It's pretty cool. I was stoked to get it.
Yeah, so one of those
$3.99.
chunks is supposed to be an ET, I guess.
ET in there. I
think I've seen it right
3D
there,
movies.
actually. I think I've seen it right. The one that's right. No, up to the next picture. Okay, there you go, right there. Now the piece that's right under the jaw, not that jaw, but the second jaw. Down.
Right here.
There,
Oh,
right
yeah,
there. Yeah,
there's
there it
ET.
is, right there.
Supposed to be ET. Yeah.
That's ET. That's a little plush of ET.
Yeah, ET.
Can you point to that one more time? I zoomed in. I couldn't see it. Oh, I did.
Yeah.
You can see the shape of his head. If you know the little plush ET, then you know exactly. Yeah.
Yep. I do.
So my Epson projector is actually a 3D projector that I bought. So for a
Cool.
while I was buying all the
Now is that active
3D
3D,
movie.
though? So you have to do
it's got active. You've got glasses that you wear that have to synchronize to the projector. I haven't used it in literally years. But I had you're talking Guardians of the Galaxy. That was one of the first movies I bought, and it is a lot of fun to watch in 3D. I set the projector up outside on the back patio. The big, screen in the back. I just put a sheet. I have one of those sheet projector screens. You just hang it. I have some hooks on my back patio, and I've got 4 glasses. Only 4 people can watch it in 3D, but it's active, so it syncs with your projector. Really, it's damn good. I have to say, it's just a hassle to set up, and then everyone needs glasses, right? But the 3D in Guardians was great. So for a while, that 3D craze was taken off. 3D TVs.
Well, Avatar really helped it too. Yeah,
Avatar. Yeah. So that was big, but it is,
and it is the
like
same concept that they were using back then, and then previously in the 50s and stuff like that too. And the active 3D is the same kind of thing. Oh, we lost Courtney, but
Courtney will be back, I'm sure. Yep.
Yeah, she will be. But like, and it's the same thing as your active. See, like my plasma TV is an active 3D TV, and the difference there is you actually have literal powered lenses in the glasses that will flicker each one at, like, you can't see it because it's happening so fast, but it's like one at a time like this, and so that it's just creating. It's the same thing as the polarizing, but it's just doing it, and it's a little bit better depth than the polarizing, I guess. And I agree, it is a little bit better presentation, and I have a little bit more control over the 3D with that.
How often do you watch it in 3D? I mean,
not as much as I'd like to, because like you, I wish I had a projector, right? And if I had the projector, I'd probably watch it more. Because my problem is now I have my big 4K TV that doesn't do 3D. So if I want to watch a 3D movie, I have to go to my other setup upstairs. Yeah, and it's kind of a pain in the butt.
First world problems, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is some first world problems. Yeah. And then for some reason, neither one of the pairs of glasses I have like to hold the fucking charge, so I have to generally plan for it. So it's like, I want to watch something in 3D. I better go make sure my glasses are charged.
Charge the glass, yeah, because my glasses have built-in batteries too, and they're getting old now, so I'm worried. And I haven't used them in a long time. Oh, good, Courtney's back. And Corley, I can't say your name correct. Corley Rogue. Thank you for being. Thank you. I'm trying. Yep. You should watch in VR 180. It'll freak you out. Hopefully, make lots of movies eventually. Yeah, I had a friend who had VR goggles, and I guess that we're talking about VR.
Oh my goodness, like virtual reality. Yeah. I've never ever put on goggles like that. I've always wanted to.
I haven't been able to see a movie where they actually have the movie itself, but like I had like the PS VR for the PS4, and basically what it was like, you could watch 3D movies on there, but it was like you're sitting down in a theater watching it on a screen. It's kind of awkward. Okay. And the weird thing is like it moves with your head. So like it's like you're actually sitting in a theater. It's kind of cool, but also kind of awkward.
Well, some people get motion sickness too from
some people do. It's like 1 in 4 people get sick, and like 1 in 10 can't even see it. And that's why they give you that. And that's why they give you that test when you're a kid to see if you even have that depth perception problem to begin with.
Oh, okay.
So you'd be one of those 10 people that just can't see it.
Yeah, which sucks. Yeah.
One of those. Are those the same people that can never find the thing on those? Remember those pictures they would have at the mall? What were they called?
Oh, the special eye picture. I know what you're talking about, the puzzles or whatever. Yeah,
Magic Eye. I think is
Magic Eye. That's it. Yeah.
I could never ever see it.
Yeah, that's the same kind of concept. Actually, you're not wrong. Because what you're doing is you're forcing your eye into doing that, and it just picks out a pattern. Because like I shouldn't do this, but there's times where I've had the 3D file on my computer here, and I'll put it up on screen. And if you cross your eyes, you can see it in 3D, as long as it's the side-by-side version. It's not good for your eyes, but I mean,
wash my eyes. I don't think anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to do it, but like, yeah,
it'll mess you up.
Because what it does is it takes both. Because once you cross your eyes, because there's both your left eye and right eye are on the side. So what it does is then puts them over top of each other like it's supposed to, but you're literally crossing your eyes at that point. It's not good for you. Yeah.
Did you get the joke? Don't let someone smack you on the back or stay that way.
We actually talked about that earlier because it's connected to Jaws.
Oh my gosh, I missed like everything.
One crazy summer, because
One Crazy Summer.
The whole joke about the Nantucket, what's going on with the foam, shooting a foam, is the whole joke is it's kind of the whole pain in the ass it was for the people up there dealing with the Jaws and Jaws 2 filming over those years.
I can only imagine. I've been to Nantucket and like Martha's Vineyard, like both of those places are not large, you know.
And my sister-in-law's in that movie, or ex-sister-in-law. She's in the dancing scene. So, and I left One Crazy Summer, and she was living there for the summer, and like it's just, or were they just out of college working? But they were there, and she was an extra in the dancing scene. It's just so funny to watch it and see her in One Crazy Summer. Yep. And Corleone Rogue says, yeah, VR 180 is actually like being there. It's a 3D format. I've never heard of this before. Or VR 360, way beyond regular 3D. Have you heard of this, Tom?
I have not, but I mean, is it something like, does it have to be shot with this format?
Well, it looks like these are the cameras here.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. I mean, but that's basically the same concept as a 3D movie. It's just So I don't
Interesting,
understand what
yeah.
the difference is between this and.
Well, I'm sure as the tech keeps getting better and better, it's just going to be.
Well, I think it's just silly that TVs still don't do 3D. It's
Yeah, because for a while every TV had it, right? And then it
well, and to do
disappeared.
passive, I don't understand why it's such a big deal. And passive 3D is what they have in theaters, and most, theaters do have. But
the passive, yeah.
It's where you don't have to have powered glasses. It's just it's what the test I was talking about earlier that they give you in the eye. They used to anyway. I don't know how they do it now, but
yeah.
180-degree 3D content. Okay, so like it's got to be more than 2 cameras, 2 lenses. Then that's weird.
Yeah, I wonder how they're doing it. Yeah. Desired content 1A when I was captured with the lenses. The fisheye photos are normally converted to equirectangular format, similar to rectangle world map created from a round globe.
So it's kind of like Cinerama.
Interesting.
It sounds like. I was just gonna say, is it 2 widescreen images back side by side, and not so much? But you still need more than 2. That's what I don't understand.
Well, I guess they're capturing everything and converting it to a rectangle. So with the
like
lens
I said, kind of like
wide,
Cinerama.
You guys are speaking Chinese to me. I
I'm
think it's
sorry.
really funny that Hal Deere said that he's watched YouTube videos and made them 3D by crossing his eyes.
Yep. It makes you nauseous, though, unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I said. It's not good
says it
for
makes
you.
him nauseous.
But when your TV can't do it, then what are you supposed to do?
Yes, there's the
You just
3D
wanna watch
camera.
something quick.
But 3D has been here forever. I mean, my dad,
as
a camera collector, he had for years there were 3D cameras the
technology I think
slides,
technically is older than television. Even it's kind of been a gimmick they've tried, and there was even a point where they thought it was gonna actually take over the industry, but it just never did. But it'd be nice if we could get 4K 3D. It'd be very nice.
Yeah.
It would freak me out too much. I'm already freaked out by the new
6K.
TVs. They freak me out. They're too real.
6K, wow.
Well, I see one of them shot in 8K as well. Well, that's what you kind of need. You need 8K to have 4K for both eyes.
Both eyes, right? Yep.
See, because that's the thing with passive 3D, that's the downside. Okay, so with passive 3D, with active 3D, you're getting 2 separate 1080p images. With passive 3D, it's squished down to 720p because you can only fit, because it's literally putting 2. It's hard to explain, but it's how it processes it. So if they did it in 4K, you'd technically need I don't know. I'd have to research that more.
That's a
really it's full 3D anyway when they do 3D. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand the difference.
Dual fisheye, I guess
the
extreme wide angle lens. Yep.
Panorama. So it's like widescreen 3D kind of thing, like Cinerama.
Yeah.
Almost. Although Cinerama isn't 3D, it still gives you the 3D effect because
you're looking around. Yeah.
You guys know what Cinerama is, right?
Yeah. Like if you go to a trade, Disney, they have the 360 film. Especially Epcot had a bunch of those films, where you travel to China and they show it, and you could look around, spin around the room, But I think, they're always looking for that next big thing. So thank you for letting us know about that. That's really cool to look into. So, and the active stuff looks. I prefer the active, but it's too.
Well, you just get the better quality picture is the point I was getting at. Because it's using the full frame of the 1080p as opposed to the passive, which has to split up the pixels. Basically, is the easiest way to explain it. It's because
you got to double everything up. So
because I have a plasma 3D TV, which looks really fucking good. Like, plasma is really good looking. I wish plasma never went away, but it's bulky and it's a pain in the ass and it doesn't last very long.
Well, it takes a lot of energy up. So you still your plasma still going strong, or
luckily it's a later plasma, so it doesn't have too much of a burn-in problem. I mean, it can, but it has the burn in.
Just can't watch CNN. Oh my God, the horror.
Well, I could, but it doesn't. I shouldn't, or play video. But I only watch 3D movies on it. Pretty much, that's it.
Yeah, that's what you use it
So,
for. Yeah.
But I mean, Blu-rays used to look fucking amazing on there. Like, I mean, I actually kind of miss.
Well, the blacks are supposed to.
Yes, yeah. It reminded me
amazing,
of 4K.
right?
That's why 4K at first wasn't a huge jump for me until we got to some better 4Ks overall. But like even that Jaws 4K that you just bought, sadly, is older than a decade old scan. Most people don't realize that.
It's not a new scan.
No, that disc you have is the same disc from the 45th anniversary, which was the first time they released it in 4K. Well, all they did was just add in that bonus disc. But if you didn't have it before, and you got the bonus disc bonus.
Well, that's what you don't mind. Yeah.
It's just in 2012 is when they did that restoration. They went back to the negative, they cleaned it up, did a wet gate scan, scanned it in at 4 or 6K, I can't remember which. And they also did the 3D version off of that one, which I saw in theaters, which was kind of cool. I mean, it wasn't like amazing or like mind blowing or anything, but it was kind of cool just to see it in a new format. They did that a couple years back. That might even have been for the 45th anniversary. I'm trying to remember when. I swear it was after that because I think it was only like 2-3 years ago. But anyway, yeah, I get what you're saying, Corley and Rogue. And I mean, I guess it'd be the same way they have to shoot VR, but even with VR, they still need like multiple cameras, not just 2 lenses. So I'm curious how maybe they're able to make that more of a wider angle with the 2 and it processes it that way. I guess I'm sure it's able to do what you're saying. It's just I have to understand the process, I guess.
Yeah, and you have to see it too. Like you're like they're saying they're like in the video, so that's amazing too. You're inside the video. You can just look around, and that's always been the goal, right? I've seen a lot of
360 VR stuff, but it's limited by certain aspects. So that's where I'm kind of like, trying to figure it all out.
But that's where that's been always goal, right? To get your emulate your eyesight. So that's what vertical video just drives me crazy. Of course, I do YouTube shorts all the time, and I like I was at the car show and I'm shooting vertical video. I'm like I can't believe I'm doing this, but I am shooting vertical video because that's where you get the viewers, right? And that's where people see your video, especially something like that. Which reminds me, I got to post some of those. But I'm walking on the cars like, no, vertical. Or I'm at the high school graduation last weekend, all these parents shooting vertical video, and I'm emailing my brother-in-law, who's a video guy. He's like, they've won, the battle is over. But even if you go to watch that on your TV, it's like, oh, it's so horrible to watch vertical video. It just kills me. But it's that battle has been lost. But thank you for telling us about that. I got to check that out more detail. Yeah, it's just gonna be really, really cool. Yep.
By the way, I sent because I remember Tom, I think we were talking about the Jaws pinball game, which is what I mean, my avatar, but I sent the full picture. I put it in the
I saw that and I wanted that
to show you guys. Yeah.
Because that's actually not that old. They made that just a couple of years ago. Maybe it was for the 45th
Oh no,
anniversary.
it's newer. It's awesome.
Yeah,
I can
it's amazing.
I stand there for hours playing it. It's so
I
fun.
wanted one so bad, but they're so expensive. And there's a couple different versions of it too, depending on how much money you want to spend.
This is just got that like it's like a barcade, it has all
yeah. That's cool. They got that.
Johnny's asking. There was a
I've
Jaws.
never actually seen a real one, but yeah. Sorry.
Johnny's got a Tom. I'm sure you would know this. So there was a Jaws 45th anniversary 4K box set too.
The only difference is actually I got it. Well, it's over there. Right
is it better to get that one because the cover is cool better? Or
it depends on what you like. I don't even know if you can still get that version anymore. If you can, it came in like a lenticular 3D cover, and then they had the regular standard Blu-ray inside the case, and then it also came with a booklet, which I think was just a reprinting of the one that came with the 2-disc DVD from like the last anniversary. Because they've pretty much just been recycling the same shit for
over and over, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like every 5 years they'll come out with another. Like I used to have all the releases, and I wish I hadn't gotten rid of them because now I'm kind of like, I wish I still had them just for reference.
Just line them all up on the shelf together.
There's literally been like a new release of Jaws like every 5 years. Like it's
right.
Yeah, to the 25th, 30th anniversary. I think 40th was the only one they missed out on, maybe. And maybe there was one there, and I just said, fuck it, I'm not getting it because it's the same release as before. They just changed the name.
Right.
So what this version, because they did the same thing with the Blu-ray up to the 4K, where it was the same special features, but then it's the same scan as the Blu-ray, but then they did the 4K edition, which is a great scan. Don't get me wrong. It looks beautiful. It looks better than the film ever fucking looked. It's just an older scan. That was my point. And so that version they put out for the 4K version and for the 45th, that's the exact same disc you have in yours.
Oh, okay, that's the same. Because I didn't buy it.
Same exact disc.
Yeah. Well, at least it's probably better that it's older. They didn't muck around with it or try to do
actually, you're probably right, because they probably would have went in with AI now and fucked around with it a little bit.
Give us some AI bullshit on the.
Because now people be like, it's too grainy.
It's too grainy. Yeah, I get that a lot.
That.
Like it looks so grainy. Yeah, it's like, well, that's don't
film,
you remember
man.
being in a movie theater? Yeah, so versus the digital stuff. I mean, I think you should project it like it was. That's what the director had. That's what it was like. So don't change it, right? Leave it like it was. So like I bought the Planes, Trains, and Automobiles disc, and you're right that it looks horrible in a lot of places. The 4K.
I wish I knew what the fuck they did to that. Some people have still tried to figure out what the hell happened there. I have my theories, but I don't know what's accurate, because Paramount has been known to that. I busted them myself when Footloose came out, because I raised a stink about it, and Bill Hunt of the Digital Bits said something to me like, no, it's this, it's that, the other. I'm like, no, you do some research and you do some checking in, because he knows people and all that. So he's like the number one guy in physical media. He does the digitalbits.com. And I'm like,
great stuff. Yeah.
Like, you check into this. There's something wrong. I said, either this is not from the negative, or, which I'm pretty positive it's not from the negative, I said. And secondly, it's got to be an older scan. And he's like, no, it's just because of the film stock. And he kept going. He kept denying up and down, because he was told by whatever the one press release claimed that it was or whatever. Well, he did some digging and found out that I was right. They did not scan the negative. It was from the inner positive, and it was an older scan from years ago.
Well, tell people what an inner positive is.
Okay, so the inner positive is the actual... So they have a negative, which is the film negative, which is the film that actually comes from the camera itself. And they only handle that. That's Gen 1. They don't handle that very often. They only handle it once when they're cutting the movie together. So they go and they cut the movie with dupes of the negative. And then they take those notes and then they cut the negative that way. They put that together and they create the inner positive from that negative. So that would be Gen 2. Okay, and in some cases it's even Gen 3 or 4 if it's got effect shots. But that's a whole.
They don't chop up the original negative, right?
They do technically, yes.
They do chop up the original negative to make from that first test.
This is why when, well, at least back in the day, a lot more so than latter, but yes, because that's why a lot of times when they say this is it, they can't find deleted scenes and all that shit, because that shit got tossed. They would just
threw it out,
yeah, they just cut down to whatever, unless they kept it in other forms and versions to, like, like for other markets and stuff. But that being said, so like your first generation, that's your inner positive. So that's what they scanned for the Footloose 4K. And I think that's the same exact thing they did for Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I don't think it's the negative. I think it's an inner positive. Okay. Which means it's not
the best dance scene ever.
Which one?
The gymnastics dance scene in Footloose.
In Footloose?
Yeah, with Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, we're the stand-in guy for Kevin Bacon and Sean Penn. Yeah,
you can tell. Yeah,
the best.
But
the memories, like the random memories that I have from certain movies, just crack me up sometimes.
I was so pissed at that release. Though, I don't know if I was more pissed at the fact that it's supposed to be a 4K. And they lied that it's, well, it didn't technically lie. It may be a 4K scan, but it's not the negative, which means it's not as good a quality as it should be. So it's barely better than the Blu-ray. Plus, it has all kinds of processing done to it. And then what they did in the 4K release, for some reason, they had a 7.1 soundtrack remix for the old Blu-ray and DVD. They got rid of it for a 5.1 remix for some reason on the new 4K. I'm like, what the hell did you do that for? It doesn't sound as good.
Taking features away from us.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck
same
you
people
doing
that make
here?
Windows, that gave us Windows 11, take features away from we've had for 40 years. Yeah.
I still can't figure it out.
We have the same problem with all kinds of other releases. Like I just got Lethal Weapon, and they took away all the special features on there too.
Bastards, yeah, because that's what you want, the special features. So, yeah, it was Johnny was asking you if there's more stuff on the 50th. Well, they have the 50th anniversary documentary, right?
That, yeah. Yes. You want the one you want is probably the Jaws 50th anniversary edition if you can get your hands, because you have Jaws at 50, which is a fucking amazing documentary. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it is. It will be actually on Disney next month.
It's on. I watched it on. Watch it on the YouTubes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's popped up other places.
It'll probably disappear from. It's yeah. I saw it popped up in like 3 or 4 places, so I watched.
But now, if you were lucky enough to own the 45th anniversary edition and got the digital copy, everybody's reporting, including myself. This is how I saw it. It just automatically upgraded it on your digital version, so you didn't have to pay anything. So I'm kind of glad I didn't rebuy it again, because I would have been pissed. Because it's the same
only thing you're getting is
the
documentary. The
only thing
right?
I'd be paying for this documentary, which I'm not saying I wouldn't mind buying a Blu-ray of that documentary, but I'm not paying the price they want. I'll wait till I can get it for next to nothing. Yeah.
Oh, so that you could watch it on your digital download version then.
Yeah, I have it on like my Vudu or whatever.
Yeah, Vudu or whatever. Yeah, they added to your Vudu. Yep. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yep. And VHS and Laserdisc presses are the most pure.
I still prefer all that stuff. I really do. I'm not a big
I'm not as nostalgic for it.
I think I have sensory issues with the newer stuff. I really do too much.
They weren't mucking around with them as much, but the quality, when you go from VHS, there's a charm to it. But the getting widescreen movies and trying to explain to people that movies were not pan and scan, or what's pan and scan? I'm like, you're missing half of the movie, depending on especially the format. And
and you got to understand us film, and I totally not. This is nothing against you, Courtney, or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, us real film nerd guys that are really into this shit. Like, that was the whole thing about getting into like Laserdisc and whatever next thing was. Is because we kept trying to get closer and closer to that theatrical experience.
Yep.
Yeah, right? my dad's like that. He always wants the newest, technology of everything, and I don't know. I don't know.
I just find it. Well, I'm just saying it because what I'm about to say is really the part that was meant for me to say, that this is not directed more towards you, Courtney, but just a generalization. Is that when people say that like this stuff on 4K looks too good or too clean, and they'd rather just watch it, it's like. My whole reaction to that is inside. I'm like, you do realize that when you saw it in theaters, it was in that same quality that you're seeing it in 4K. And that's why us film guys are trying to get to that. Like, we can't, it's like,
really? I never thought of that.
Yeah. It's like, that was the whole point, is like, and that's where I was kind of a curmudgeon about switching over to digital in cinemas to begin with. I was like, I don't know about this. Like,
yeah.
Cause you're not getting quite the same kind of resolution.
Film is high res.
Resolution, yeah.
Film is high res, especially if you're watching a 70 millimeter print or one of the IMAX or larger format prints. But that's why when you're saying 4K, you're just trying to get as much resolution.
Yes.
To get as close to the film as you can, and where they muck it up is when they add all the digital effects and they blur things or change the colors. Or
what they try to do lately, the biggest problem now is, and AI is a part of it too. But what they'll do now is, okay, so like this is where some of the older scans are better, and you're right. Like when you said earlier, it's probably better that they didn't muck with Jaws at all, and it's probably a good thing. Because now they probably would have done a bunch of DNR, which is digital noise reduction, to try and take out some of the grain. And then they would have done some other like grain management.
And the colors, Mark, I think of the bridge in Star Trek, because you taught me all about the different colors.
But anyway, you were about to say, Mark.
I was going to interrupt you, Tom. Sorry, but I was going to say it's like squirting Botox. Oh. It's like giving film Botox. It's like, that's my modern analogy. Try to explain DNR to someone.
Really good analogy for it. Because it's exactly what it's doing. And to some people, it may look cleaner and clearer, but you're sacrificing resolution for that quote unquote clean look, right? And I don't have an example of it on screen, but if you've ever seen Dirty Harry, there's this great shot where he's chasing the killer down the alleyway. And as he gets down the alleyway, all you see is his shadow, right? And he's not even really running. He's just doing his typical Dirty Harry walking, down. Yeah. In the new 4K version, they have done so much grain management that his shadow is like a splotchy fucking. You can't make out that it's Clint Eastwood.
Oh, you can't see that it's Dirty Harry.
You can see that it's a guy walking down the thing, but you can distinctly used to be able to tell that was Clint Eastwood's fucking. Clint. You know what I mean? Like his whole thing. To me,
his
like
shadow
that's
was eating a hot dog with mustard on it.
Well, and that's the thing. And then you get the still grain or ghost grain or dot crawl. It's been called by several of us, who review this stuff. And what that is then, so what they're doing with that grain management is they'll use like an AI program now a lot of times, or they used to use just like a program they had before where it would kind of like try and regulate between all the grain. So it would give you what would appear to be a clearer image. But like you're saying, Mark, at the end of the day, what it's really doing is drawing out some of the resolution. It's kind of just smoothing everything out in a way. And what you get as a result is this floating dot crawling grain and some other things. So they'll try and cover that up by, guess what? Throwing on a layer of fake grain.
Yeah. Fake grain, yep.
So you're getting these levels upon levels upon levels upon levels of crap when they already have to do enough already 9 times out of 10. Because some of these older films, depending on the stock they're shot on, Jaws was one of them that was in really rough fucking shape and had a lot of vinegar syndrome. And for those who don't know what that is, that's when the film gets older, these older stocks, they would start to turn yellow. And what it was from one of the colors that would bleed out, I think it was the red or whatever.
That's when they have to change the film and everything.
Well, there's nothing they can do to it now. It's aged. Yeah, it's just everything looks like all the colors that one color is like almost completely gone from the film now. So when they do the scans and they process these, they have to go in and try and recalibrate all that to get the color back to the way it was already. So they're doing all this other stuff before they're doing all the grain manipulation, right? Because they've already gone in and they've cleaned up all the scratches and the breaks. Because the negative even had a bunch of breaks and cracks and stuff in it where shots were completely fucked up and shit. So they had to go in and do as best they can to clean it up. And some of these films that are older, they can't even use the negative. They have to go to either that dupe negative or an inner positive, which is like the second, third generation prints to fill in the gaps sometimes. Like it's that bad. But in Jaws, I think they were fortunate to have 90% of the 95 to whatever percent of the negative there, where most of that, as far as I know, is negative, except for anything that's a process shot. Like if you have a fade or has a title on it, that's always going to be a second or third generation. There's nothing you can do about that. Yeah. The only times that hasn't happened is when they actually save the original shit. And there's only like a handful of movies now where I've known they've done this. Like League of Their Own is one of them.
They had
Outsiders, from what they had is the original parts, and they had everything they could recombine it together. And Francis Ford Coppola, most of his movies post a certain point, he's done this too on purpose, where he saved everything. So when he did the new 4K version of Outsiders, everything is first generation negative. He redid all the titles and all the transitions and all the opticals. So all that stuff has been redone for that. So it looks amazing. And that kind of stuff, I don't mind them doing. Like, as long as you can make it look like the original, because you can kind of do that now. Like, you can pretty much approximate everything the way it was with computers now very easily and costs you nothing. And all you got to do is scan that original negative, go in there and redo it. So, like, I mean, even the shot in, like, if you've ever seen The Outsiders, like, near the end, there's this shot of the boys, and then there's, like, this shot that's behind them in the sky of the two other boys or whatever that are gone and dead now or whatever. Like, that shot looks amazing in the 4K because it's not like a third, fourth generation process shot where they had to stack all that film up on top of each other. And that's usually what they would have to do back in the day, and that's what you get stuck with. So
that's only because he saved everything, right? He saved all the edits.
Exactly, because he saved everything. And Sony was another company where certain films, they started doing that with. League of Their Own was one of them, and some of their other later ones too they did. I can't remember which other ones. I think As Good as It Gets might be one of them, but I'm not 100%. There's a couple of them. I got to read through my books. They got this really great collection, and they tell you the entire process and everything that is, about it and how it was done. And it's really great. I love those Columbia collections they put out. Sony does amazing work and don't get enough praise when it comes to 4K, is my opinion.
Tom, would you smash or pass on this comment? I just think it's funny
I
that
smash
smash
3D
or pass.
all, Jaws 3D all day, my friend.
I've been waiting because it's funny, smash or pass.
Sorry, I'm just going off.
It's a fun, it's a fun bad movie. It's a fun bad movie. Yep. Yep. So
the third dimension is terror.
Yeah. Dreyfuss was great in Hooper. Yeah, he was great. Oh, you met him, Courtney?
Yeah, in college we did this thing with Mr. Holland's Opus, and we played the music, and Michael Heyman, who wrote the music, he was our conductor. He also wrote the music for Brazil. You remember that?
And he did the
song?
Lethal Weapon music too.
Yeah, he did. He
Wow.
did a ton of movies. Yeah.
Oh
He
yeah,
was
he's
our
done a ton.
conductor, and then we had like the scene at the end of the movie was like on a movie screen behind us, and Richard
awesome.
Dreyfuss
That's
showed up
cool.
as a special guest. It was pretty neat.
That's cool. Yeah,
That's pretty
Cayman's
cool.
done. He did. No, that was Sylvester. He did Predator. He did Last Action Hero though. I
Yeah,
think.
he did a lot of stuff. He was very cool.
He did all the Die Hard movies except for 2. I think. I don't know if he did 2. He did 1 and 3 at least. The real Die Hard movies. I mean.
I just love. I love the song Brazil, and I love that movie. That song is
Yeah.
just cool. You know.
Yeah, he's done a lot of great work. That's cool that you met him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I spent a lot of time like working with him because he would work with each of the sections and stuff. He's a good
Oh, that's
conductor,
cool.
also.
Amazing, yeah. On Classic
Well-
Comments says a what?
What?
And actually, they had the Jaws
Shark.
50th. They had the local guy, was just an extra. He got that line, and he's got
It's like that's my claim to
the shirt.
fame.
Yeah, that was fun where they interviewed all the locals that ended up in the movie. I mean, would that happen today? Probably not. Where you get
It
speaking
happened
lines.
with a perfect storm when they filmed in Gloucester. I know that's still
That was
long
what,
ago,
like
but-
20 years ago now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
it's
but
more recent
today,
than
though, would
Jaws. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's more recent than Jaws, is what I mean. Like,
But
they
today,
did
would
it.
you get? Yeah, would you get an extra? We get a speaking part. I don't. For some reason, I don't think so. But yeah,
Maybe
Rare.
that
independent
just had as
film.
much flavor. Yeah,
A
to the
lot
movie. Yeah.
nowadays. It's more about like, what would you call it? Like, sorry, I got distracted. That was my fault.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no. In terms of having extras in a movie, yeah, because you don't really have.
It has to do with more tax things. Like if you're shooting something somewhere, they'll usually have a specific amount of people and extras and things like that will come.
Yeah.
From.
But yeah,
But Spielberg was unique in that sense that he loved to bring in non-actors, and that's through like a lot of his films. That like he just grabbed people because they're interesting and be like, here, go in there and do your thing.
he's a he's no doubt he's a genius. The guy.
I mean, look, say what you will.
Yeah.
I know some people are kind of critics of him, but you can't take away from he is single-handedly the greatest director of all time. I mean, that's all there is to it. You can't. There's nobody who's made more movies that have touched pop culture the way they have, other than him. I mean, Hitchcock comes close. There's a few others that definitely come close, but Steven Spielberg is a name that is a household name. Everybody knows who he is. Shit, I make the joke, but it's true. That there's still people out there who think that he's directed the Star Wars movies, right? Because they have no clue who the fuck George Lucas is.
No, yeah.
But they know who Steven Spielberg is. So
I feel like who doesn't know who George Lucas is? But that's
you'd be surprised.
I know, that's our time.
But it doesn't help that George produced and wrote the Indiana Jones films, and then he directed them. That's another thing I think that kind of confuses people on top of it all. Because in those trailers, they would say from the people that brought you Star Wars and Jaws, like it was like
together. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, so we start dual TV movies. Great. If you haven't seen that,
Yeah.
that's a great watch.
Well, that's when the 4K got really fucked up on with the
it did
stuff we were just talking about. Sadly,
crap. Yeah, Sugarland Express. So he's made
Also
that
suffers,
before Jaws.
yeah.
So he's a nobody. I don't want to say nobody, but he's a nobody really in Hollywood.
Well, his
terms.
story
Then he
is
makes
unique, and it
Jaws.
depends on who you ask and what you want to believe. Because he always used to embellish this story that eventually was the story that inspired Secret of My Success with Michael J. Fox. Because he used to go around telling the story that he hijacked an office in Universal.
Can you
Hijacked
explain
an
this
office.
chart just because I can't really
Yeah.
see what we're... Oh, it's Spielberg. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, he supposedly hijacked an office in Universal and set himself up.
As a fake, just like that I worked there.
You've seen
No, wait,
the
didn't
Secret of
work
My
there.
Success, right?
Yeah.
With Michael J.
long
Fox?
time ago, long time
Where
ago.
he just
yeah.
pretends to be this other guy or whatever it was, like in this company. Well, Steven just set himself up like he was just like he was just there. And this is the story he used to tell everybody. It's not exactly
Okay.
true. What happened was he started working. He actually visited Universal early on, and got to know some of the people there. And so he ended up getting a job as like a teamster kind of thing, a gopher.
Okay.
And what he would do is he would on his breaks and shit, he would go over and sneak in to productions and he would start asking questions and just start helping out and shit. And before you know it, he was just like, they got to the point where they're like, are you even getting paid for this? So like they figured out what he was doing, right?
They
so they're like,
figured it out, okay.
Get the kid on the payroll, you know, like, you know, and shit like that. Cause I think he was interning initially or something like that. So then he would like he would just keep bumping into these like sets, and he would really chum up, he would work his way up to the directors, and he would ask all the questions he could, get to learn because he never went to school. He learned everything he could. And he was already dinking around with films as a student or as a kid, you know. Like
as a kid, yeah, he had the Super 8 movies, and
yeah, in actual school. So he was always messing around with Super 8 films and stuff like that. Yeah, and so he eventually worked his way up, and they finally let him start working in one of the production departments. I can't remember which it was. A little higher, closer up. Then I think he became a first AD and assistant or whatever. And then he started directing, I think, Night Gallery episodes, I think was some of his first jobs.
Yeah,
and,
Night Gallery. Yeah, I remember reading that.
I think he did a couple. Was it Columbo or something like that? I can't remember what else. He worked on a few different things on television. He did some television. And then they're like, okay, I think you got it. So they gave him, you know, Duel and Sugarland Express. And that just led to Jaws. And Jaws, if Jaws would have failed, that would have been the end of his career.
Probably, right?
It would have. No doubt about it.
It's too much of a money loser because they would.
And he wasn't anybody yet, right? So like
he's a nobody there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, maybe in some tight film circles. But
1941 almost killed his career.
Killed it, right? I mean, that was after Jaws and Close Encounters.
1941. That's one of
a lot of people didn't. That's why.
Yes, that's why. Yeah.
Empire of the Sun, though. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
1941 is kind of like Airplane, but it's not. It's a weird comedy,
movie.
And you can tell why Spielberg never made comedy again.
Oh,
he's just not good at it.
It's not his forte. No. He even had some of the funniest people on earth at that point in that movie.
Belushi, yeah.
Belushi, Aykroyd. I mean, yeah.
Candy's in it.
John Candy's in it. You got Christopher Lee as the bad guy. I mean, it's
just not a good movie. As much as you want to love it,
Tim Madison's in it, fresh off of Animal House.
Animal House, yep.
I think he even has a couple of the other Animal House members in there too. But like, it's like it should have worked. It's not a very good fucking movie. It's one of those movies you see though as kind of like a weird experiment, and it does have its like. It isn't. I wouldn't say it's big enough to be a cult classic exactly, but it does have its fans, I suppose.
Yeah,
but if it wasn't for Raiders of the Lost Ark and E.T., I mean that was like kind of solidified Spielberg.
And look
Close
at this.
Encounters helped too, right? Like Close Encounters
look at this.
Was huge.
Yeah, Jaws is a massive movie. Close Encounters is huge. 1941 almost kills his career. Raiders of the Lost Ark, one of the all-time great movies.
Well, 1941 wouldn't have been so bad, but the budget was so high. That was the thing. It was like a huge budget at the time. And then E.T. was just...
E.T. one of the all-time successful movies, right? So
the problem with E.T. is his own fault. I feel like he allowed it to fall off of the pop culture zeitgeist by keeping it too close to the vest or chest or however you put it. Because he wouldn't allow it to be on home video until I think it was 500,000 or 500 million units or whatever the fuck it was sold to VCRs. I don't even remember now.
Yeah,
so it didn't even come out on. Yeah, it didn't even come out on VHS till 1988. It had not been shown on television at all at that point. So even by my generation, it was starting to lose traction. And then you got to the point where he didn't re-release it again until a couple of years after that. And then he made the big snafu right around the same time as George Lucas did the special edition, where he did his special edition, and he took the fucking guns out and he CGI'd E.T.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, folks, if that hadn't flopped, if people hadn't reacted the way they did to that, I think Jaws would have been the next culprit. He would have went after
CGI Jaws.
I'm gonna fix that fucking shark now. Yeah. Because he hates that shark. Always is the one with John Goodman and Richard Dreyfuss, and it's where Ricky Dreyfuss is a pilot and he dies.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
And then it's actually a remake. It's one of the few remakes he's done. Yeah.
And Schindler's List, talk about freaking!
I
left
That's
that
a
movie
movie you can
theater
only watch like once or twice. Yeah.
I only saw it in the theater that one time. I was bawling my eyes out.
We got a lot of 1941 fans. Caleb says, yeah. People with
Hey,
taste like
I'm not saying
1941.
I've seen it a few times. I don't hate
Yeah.
it. I just understand. Like I have a weird sense of humor though. Like it is almost like a weird SNL skit after another SNL skit after another, but it's not in the vein of Airplane, but there's jokes and scenes that are in the vein of Airplane. So like it's really funky because like the beginning of the movie literally begins because you know how Airplane began with the joke with the Jaws music with the plane coming through the cloud.
Yeah.
He spoofs Jaws in this movie. So it's like, motherfucker, Airplane already beat you to it. He literally has the actual woman from Jaws in the opening scene getting in the water again, just like Jaws, the actual same actress. And then all of a sudden, instead of a shark coming up from underneath her, it's a submarine of Russians led by Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, the tone is all over the place. You're like, is this a spoof comedy? Is this because then you get like it sucks you into like the Tim Matheson story and the other guy's story, and I think they're like the whole thing with the draft, and then this whole thing about the town, and then fucking John Belushi's off on his whole thing where he's this kamikaze pilot, basically like just crazy as hell, and like it's so disconnected at times where you're just like, what is the plot here? And I think Steven even lost the plot.
Gun kind of like humor.
I think that's the problem is like a Naked Gun Airplane.
Between,
it goes in between back and forth so many fucking times throughout the movie that it's that's the problem. It doesn't quite know what tone it's trying to be. Unfortunately, that's its mistake. But yeah.
But look, going back to Steven's bibliography here, CV. Yeah, E.T.
I think the budget was more than that, but I could be wrong.
I think it was more, or plus advertising. But
well, no, I think that it had, because I remember it being like a big deal about how much it cost. I don't think it really made any money.
Yeah, but E.T. You're right though, Tom. E.T. is kind of out of the pop culture zeitgeist now. It's kind of faded. Other than hearing about Reese's Pieces and M&Ms, I think.
And I know that because the last few times he tried re-releasing it, it didn't really make a dent. And not only that, people are still. I run into this all the fucking time where I bring it up and people are like, "Oh, I don't own that because I don't want the walkie." I'm like, he has never released the walkie-talkie edition since the DVD. He only released it once because he got so much flack that ever since then he's only released the theatrical version. But people don't realize that. Because they have been
the walkie-talkie version.
Yeah, they think it's the walkie. So they're like, no, I don't want it.
The agent's guns with walkie-talkie.
It's like, no, that's George who won't let you.
Yeah, George won't let you own it. Yeah.
Even on that edition, he got so much shit. Here, I got it right here. Even on this edition, this is the only way you can get that 20th anniversary cut.
Interesting.
He actually put both versions in here. He sacrificed the documentary that was supposed to go on this and actually put the theatrical cut on the other disc. So so ever since then he's never released another version of it. I think we just made.
Oh, Courtney will be back. She's on her cell phone, so sometimes it pops out. But
so even in this version,
E.T. made a ton of money though at the time.
Yeah. So this version here on 4K, this is the theatrical cut only.
Just the theatrical cut. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Shit. Yeah. So, but I mean, look at his career though. You've got Poltergeist, huge, massive hit. Twilight's on the movie now. That's a lot of controversy about the stunt.
Right, and he didn't even direct Poltergeist, but
yeah. So he's a producer on that one. Indiana Jones, Color Purple. I almost said Color Purple.
It's funny that they must have Poltergeist on there because he was a writer. Because I was going to say because I don't see Gremlins or any of the other stuff on there.
Producer and writer, yeah. So producer, writer. Jurassic Park, another massive movie. Schindler's List, Lost World, the sequel. Yep. Amistad, Saving Private Ryan.
That's kind of where his career started to take a turn, right there.
Right here, right?
Yeah.
AI.
Yeah.
A lot of people Minority Report. I think it's a good movie.
It's a good movie, but it's not a Spielberg movie.
Yeah. Catch Me If You Can.
That's his last Spielberg movie.
You think so? Yeah.
Yep. No, I have a theory on this.
Okay, so Terminal.
He fits my director theory perfectly, and that is a director is good until he hits a point where he does a movie that's very personal to him, and usually it doesn't work out. In this case, it did work out for Steven, so that part doesn't matter. But look at what happens after Schindler's List.
Yep. So you've got Lost World. Yep.
It was
Amistad.
not. Yeah, nobody remembers Amistad.
No one remembers that. Yep, that's the slave.
Saving Private Ryan is
slave
fine,
ship,
but
yep.
then AI went to shit. Nobody remembers
Yep.
that or wants to remember that.
Yeah.
Catch Me If You Can was great, but nobody went to see it.
I liked that movie.
It's a great fucking movie. The
It was a
Terminal.
good movie,
Nobody saw The Terminal.
With Hanks, yep, that's who we're
Yep.
stuck.
I
That's
saw
guy
the
stuck
Terminal
in the-
actually, which is random. I never
I'm
see
being
any movies.
hyperbolic here, but like,
Yeah,
It's
War of the
funny.
Worlds. I'm sorry, I
With
hate
Tom
that
Cruise.
fucking
I
version.
never
to be
saw
honest.
that.
I hate
Never
it.
saw that one.
Yeah.
And he became a liar with that movie because he said he would, after E.T., he would never make a movie where the aliens were the bad guys. So what does he do?
Well, they were just misunderstood.
Bullshit. And Munich got a
funny.
lot of praise, but who really talks about it that much anymore?
No one talks about that.
And then
anymore,
he totally cucked out on Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, and that's the moment where he really
Yeah.
takes an ultimate turn. Because it's
That's
at that
funny,
point
yeah.
where he's just totally checks out, and look at the shit that he does after that.
Well, I love Adventures of Tintin.
You
that
may
was
love it,
good.
but it did horribly at the
It
box
did
office.
horribly, but I love
War
it. And of
Horse
course, I grew
didn't
up.
do that great. Lincoln is
Was
the
it
only thing he
BFG?
really has done in the last 10 years that has gotten any sort of fucking, or actually more like 20 years. Look at that. That
Yeah,
has gotten any sort of 25 years almost. It's gotten any recognition. That's what I'm saying. He's been just fucking phoning it in ever since then. Bridge
Yeah.
of Spies, I think, got some
Some,
praise,
yeah.
but
well, of course, I grew up reading the Tintin comics.
yeah,
French side of the family.
I
So
know
that,
it has its
and I went to
fans, but
see, and I went to see it with my dad, family, and like I have good memories of seeing that movie. Yeah, you're right, it didn't do well, but it could have done a lot better. But that was I love that movie. Yeah, Lincoln
did.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
I don't know how it did in the box office, but it got a lot of praise and it got some Oscar
Yeah.
nods and shit. That's another one again that I don't know how well it did in the box office, but
Yeah,
he's not even Spielberg anymore. This is not
Yeah,
Spielberg. What the
BFG,
fuck is
that-
this shit?
Yeah, that I was
Yeah.
gonna say, is that the Big Friendly Giant? Like, is
Yep.
that actually
Yeah,
whatever it's called?
Disney.
I forgot the person who wrote it. I was trying to think.
Oh, it's was it Roald Dahl or is it
Roald Dahl. It's either Roald Dahl. Yeah, I think it is Roald Dahl.
it's
I
either
think
him
you're
or
right.
the guy who did James and the Giant Peach, one or the other.
I don't
Or is
remember.
that still Roald Dahl as well?
I
It
think
could
that's
be.
Roald Dahl too.
The Post. Yeah,
Nobody saw that
Washington
fucking
Pentagon
movie.
Papers. Yeah, no, that's like a passion project. No
I
one,
didn't even fucking
no one
watch that.
cares. Oh,
And then here's the
Yeah.
movie he shouldn't have directed, and I don't know why he did.
Ready Player One. When you read
He's
the
too
book,
close to it.
Ready Player One, that pissed me off after I saw the movie, liked it. Then when I read the book, I'm like, oh my God, you dumbed down the movie so much. It would have been so much better if I directed it. But yeah,
No, and this is sad me saying this, and I think you and I had this conversation like not too long ago
a
where
couple weeks ago. Yeah.
yeah, it was like I think J.J. Abrams would have been the guy to actually direct it. I hate to say
Yeah.
it. Because you needed somebody who has been inspired by Spielberg to make that movie, not Steven
Yeah.
Spielberg. He's too fucking close to it.
That is it is about Steven Spielberg. Yeah,
Exactly. It's too you're too close to that
Yeah.
shit. You can't. No.
Yep.
And this was
And,
just a
West
fucking
Side Story.
mistake.
Yeah. Why would you?
I didn't
remake
see.
that?
I didn't want to see that the new one. I had no desire.
Nobody did. I think they had to pay
Yeah.
people reparations.
I think
after
Paulie
that
liked
movie.
it.
Yeah, I think he thought it was all right, but
Well,
he
that
agreed
gave
with a lot of
that
the,
gave Snow White her start.
Yeah, well, and I think he also agreed though with some of the criticism about the not having subtitles and shit in certain aspects of that and whatnot.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
And does it
that's
really
one-
need to exist? I mean, at the end
No,
of the day,
it
we already
doesn't.
got one that's iconic. So
I haven't
And
seen
this
Fableman's.
movie-
This isn't this his life
Oh.
story? I
I
never watched it. How bad is
this
it?
movie pissed me off. Pissed me off. Because you're right. It should be Steven telling his own life story about why he became a filmmaker. And it should be told through the medium of film. Instead, it's a movie about a mom who has mommy issues and a boy who has mommy issues, basically. That's all it really is about. And it's about
Okay.
how his mom used to be such an attention whore that she's even the fucking focal point of the story of his life. Like, it is such a bad movie. It is
It's a
so
bad
bad.
tick.
Yeah, Jay Price, Spielberg's mom is a piece of work, and so is this.
Oh
Like,
God, yeah.
this movie is a big piece. And the problem with it is like, okay, I could understand this movie if it was a piece of you trying to like work this shit out. But at the end of the day, the movie almost feels like it's just trying to make excuses for this woman. And then also you're going, why is this movie so much about her? Like,
Yeah, I was hoping it'd be more about how he learned to shoot film and
yeah,
you know, and like growing up with like the little movies he made or something. I
yeah.
haven't
Okay,
seen
you
it,
know
but
what
that's
this
what I was
movie should have
hoping.
been? Have you ever heard of the movie 5/27/77?
Nope.
Let me see if I can bring it up.
Is that a birthday or a date?
No, that's the day that Star Wars came out. Most people know that.
Well, yeah, but I meant that's a date, right? It's the
Yes, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so here I'm just going to show you the trailer here.
Okay.
Hopefully you don't
Yep,
get nailed. It's an indie film.
Yeah, let me just just answer this here. Yeah, Corellin Rogue. Yeah, I like Ready Player One, but if you've read the book, typically, you know, that's the problem once you read the book. So it's good and
Well, and I had visual issues with it too. Yeah, and I'm not saying anything about the movie. That's not. Yeah.
That was my problem with American Psycho because I read the book and when I saw the movie, I thought it stunk, and everyone's like, "It's such a great movie." Nope.
Yeah, and but Johnny did not like Tintin. He says Hergé must have been turning in his grave. LOL.
Well,
I enjoyed it, but yeah. So, yep. JJ.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Jay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lack of subtitles. Yeah.
Yeah, that's ridiculous too. You can't expect people.
They may have been okay, Mecha J, but they didn't make an imprint on nobody.
Yeah.
As far as like the masses, like nobody's going to talk about him in the grand scheme of Spielberg's career. Like obviously his best days are behind him. And this is kind of what
Gladiator. Did I see that somewhere on that list?
No, but he's probably one of the executive producers or something.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Because DreamWorks.
He's got a new science film coming up with Emily Blunt, Josh O'Connor, Colin Firth. Huh. Yeah, I think I read something about that. Yeah, but so I guess there's not many details right now. But it's in post production, so another sci-fi movie. Yep. So we add that.
Oh, there's his producing credits. There you go.
Yeah. So producing is the here.
That's I think where I saw
American Tail, Memoirs
Super
of
8.
Yeah, Super 8. Color Purple.
Yeah.
Oliver's bringing up
why
Tom
wasn't
Cruise.
Color Purple on his directorial thing? We didn't see that, or was it? And I just missed it.
It was.
Oh, it was okay.
Yeah.
I just overlooked. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. They got okay. Yep. So producer, writer. Yep. So writer and Poltergeist. Yep. But yeah, I mean, he is one of the most popular directors, and as you said, he'd be considered probably the greatest director of all time.
Just
right?
for his body of work in the 80s alone, right? Not even counting Jaws, and I mean 70s and 80s right there. I mean, yeah. And then 90s even had some bangers.
Park. I mean, so.
Is it bad that I would still pick John Hughes over?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, body of work wise, I can totally understand that. He is kind of like the Steven Spielberg for young teenage women.
Yeah,
or women
for like
in
growing
general.
up in that.
Yeah. At that time period, absolutely. And he's another one who was consistent as hell too with his, and very much in the same way. Like you can tell it's a John Hughes movie. You used to be able to tell it was a Spielberg movie.
Yeah. Well, Coron Road, go read Ready Player One. I think you'd enjoy it. Yeah.
My other issue with that was all the versions of the characters are like modern versions of them. I'm like, why wouldn't it be the 80s version of Freddy and the Ninja Turtles and all that kind of and Transformers? Why is it?
I won't watch I really can't watch remakes of stuff that I love. I just can't do it. I don't know.
Well, that's what Ready Player One though is. It's got all the pop culture throwbacks
stuff from the 80s.
Yeah, but it's using the wrong stuff, and the puzzles are really dumbed down. Ooh. And of course, books they always have to change things. But when I read the book was it 2 summers ago on vacation at the beach?
Doesn't he lean into the Kubrick shit too in the movie compared to the Spielberg stuff in the book too? Because he,
they do have the famous, but just the way in terms of the puzzles are developed about Kubrick or anything, it's just they can go into so much more details. In some way, it's not fair, in terms of a book versus a movie. But they change some of especially the opening of the book where this kid figures everything out, and everyone in the world is trying to win the golden ticket, and he does just amazing detective work, and it's just totally devoid from the movie. Like they make this kid seem to be more like a video game player than also the detective part of it. Just like Batman, is the world's greatest detective. A lot of times that aspect is ignored in the movies. So I mean they're both it's a good movie. It's a fun movie to watch. Don't get me wrong, but
look at all his producerial credits. Like just if you take away his director credits, like his producerial credits are just like
amazing
Fucking
too.
crazy.
Yep. So, Real Steel, that was a fun movie too. Yep. Twister, the new Twisters. Yep. Not Twister. Yep. But
Well,
yeah.
he did Twister as well, but
Twister. Yeah. I'm reading on the list here. Yeah. First Man. So,
I didn't even know he had anything to do with. Well, if it's a DreamWorks movie, it probably did.
DreamWorks,
That's the other thing is
yeah.
he's got a lot of these DreamWorks movies. I don't know.
Yeah, you wonder how much work he does on some of these too. I'm just like how involved are you? But yeah, there's Twister back in '96. The Flintstones. Yep.
Balto.
Yeah. Back to the Future Part 3. Yeah.
That's funny that you said
Money
Twister in '96 because I worked at the Warner Brothers store and they used to show that on like the big, they had like a movie screen. I worked at the mall. They would show that all the time, like parts of Twister.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to try to sell home theaters with Twister, and
yeah.
The funny thing is, I never even watched the whole movie. I just watched whoever's on it.
You know what's sad is the sequel's almost better. Like, I hate to say it. It's just because the first movie has so many unbelievable parts to it. Like, look, I grew up in a farm community. I'm not saying we get a lot of tornadoes in Wisconsin, but I've seen enough shit to know, like, if a tornado is going to lift a tractor, it's going to lift a truck.
It'll lift everything, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like there's just so much shit in that movie. It's just like seems like bullshit. But again, I haven't watched it in a long time. I probably like it a lot more now than I did then.
Yeah,
it
maybe
just like
not
embodies an era to me. Like that Goo Goo Dolls song, I think was in it. Like,
yeah, long way.
That's the year I graduated high school and went to college. So
the Van Halen song is in that too. Yeah, Helen Hunt's in it.
Yeah, where she disappeared. Yep. And Johnny says, on Tintin, my nieces and nephews loved it, and me and my parents didn't like it. I'm used as Tintin is more suspense and action for the old cartoons. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, but I did want to do a quick foodery segment tonight. So let me
show this trailer real quick before.
Oh yeah, show the trailer. Yeah.
So this is what Fabelmans should have been, right? Okay, so this is actually a different person's story.
Come on, just tell me what's playing here. Star Wars, right? Star Wars.
Star Wars?
When I was a kid, they used to show these short films before the feature called serials, and they weren't very good. In fact, they were actually kind of terrible in a wonderful sort of way because you could almost imagine the actors suddenly turning to look out at you and saying, look, we know you can tell we made these sets out of cardboard, and we know you can see the wires holding up our spaceships. But look how much fun we're having.
I don't know where this weird narration's coming from.
And those stupid little films meant more to me than any big budget Hollywood extravaganza because they gave me hope that with a little allowance,
you okay?
No, I'm not okay.
A little ingenuity and a little stolen time with my dad's old wind-up movie camera, I could make movies too, and I did. Boy, did I. How much do you want to be a director, Patrick?
I want it more than anything I've ever wanted in my life.
Hi.
Are you really sure about this?
Do you need to be one? Then you might just make it.
You really think so?
So yeah, it's a story about Pat Johnson who ended up meeting Spielberg, and he was one of the first people to ever see Star Wars.
Oh,
and so this is a story, and it's kind of told through these really cool little like not video segments, but like film segments, and they're told in like different styles of film. And like, this is what fucking Spielberg's movie should have fucking been.
Should have been right. Yeah. So the Fable
so,
ones. Yeah.
If it can happen to me, it can happen to you.
Get out!
I can't get there from here, and you can't get here from there.
It's really good. It's a decent movie if you ever get a chance to see it. But it's shot in like different kinds of film, and yeah.
This is a movie that you could watch a date night maybe movie too. It looks like
maybe it's got those elements to it too. But it's kind of a goofier indie film. But it has like it's told through like these movie segments. Like it's kind of an abstract way.
Realize something. Life doesn't move. at 24 frames per second.
Because like he gets inspired by 2001 and Jaws and Star Wars and all that
Picture,
stuff.
maybe.
Yeah.
You only get one roll of
Colleen
film.
Clanton plays his mom.
Yep.
But it is a true story, so I mean that part. But all he could talk about was Star Wars after he saw Star Wars.
Star Wars. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
So how did he get to see it first? Or
He like I'm trying to remember the exact how it worked in the movie, but like I think his mom knew somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody.
he got to see, got to see it,
And he got in
yeah.
over it, like, at ILM and whatever, and he met like Steven and all those guys, and he saw the guys behind the scenes at Star Wars, and he's like, "You want to watch the movie?" Like, what?
What?
Like, yeah, we're gonna watch the movie right now. Come on. So he got to watch the movie with a couple of the other guys, an earlier, I think it's a little bit earlier cut, or one of the nearly final cuts, but like, and he was blown away by it. So all he could talk about for months was Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, and everybody's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
It's not coming out yet. It's not out
Yeah, they
yet.
had no idea what the hell this kid was on about. And then after that, of course, everybody was talking about Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars. But like, yeah. But he's Pat Johnson. And he went on to do, he's directed a few films.
So what's the name of the movie again?
5/25/77.
5/77. Oh, then that's when Star Wars was released.
Yep.
Right? So
it
not
kind
May
of
the-
leads up to that day, basically.
Yeah, not the 4th. Yeah.
But he's worked on visual effects on things like Bill and Ted, and he did the movie Space Invaders. He wrote Dragonheart.
So quite a career. Yeah. But
Yeah, he's been
imagine being
around.
able to see Star Wars and not talk about it with anyone. Yep.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't one of the movies that would.
Yeah, he was trying to
would
explain
blow
it to
you away,
everybody,
yeah.
but nobody had a frame of reference as to what he was talking about, right? He also directed like Baby's Day Out and Angus, the movie about the fat nerd guy. Angus, if you ever seen that one, it's a pretty good one.
And Corin Rogue says in the UK is it called 25/5/77? Yep.
It might be. I don't
No,
know.
that's funny.
yeah. And Courtney, you got something you'd like to?
Oh
like
yeah,
to
I
show?
just wanted to.
Sure.
So I'm in 7-Eleven, and they have a really neat section here. That I don't know if did I show
An
it on here
actual
before?
7-Eleven? They still make
Yeah,
them?
I'm in an actual 7-Eleven,
Cool.
and so they have this
It's like
whole.
Chinese soda.
It's Japanese. Look, sorry, okay,
They're
we're gonna start
Japanese?
up here. So they've got
What the fuck?
all different Oreos.
Different
I
flavors.
just think it's really neat. Like
Flavors, yeah.
Like imported from Japan.
Yeah.
they're all imported.
That is too
Could
cool.
you buy me some?
There's another. Well, there's some. You know what? There's some.
Again,
of those,
hungry.
There's
This
some
is
of those
food
drinks
kid.
that have the characters on top, Mark, that you used to get. Yeah, so these
Yeah.
are
So
like
bad.
they've got anime like stuff here. They've got these different sodas, but check this out. This is it's not going to show it on. Oh yeah, it is. It's Fanta.
Yeah.
Oh,
I love
like
Fanta,
peach
yeah, yeah,
Fanta. Okay.
There's
Yeah.
there's some more Fanta.
Peach, strawberry.
Fanta. Yeah.
And then they have
Oh my God.
singles. Like, what flavor is this? What does this look like to you?
I
Looks
have
like
I'll have to buy
chocolate
it
chip or
to try-
something to me.
I
I'm
have
afraid.
No idea.
Oh, buy it.
It's got to be some kind of like
It says
This is
what does it say
$7.
there?
chili catfish. Chili catfish.
Oh, that's
That's what
cool.
this one
Come on,
is?
Courtney, try it. Yep.
Ugh.
Oh, it says it down there. Oh,
Or
chili
crawfish.
crawfish.
Crawfish, not
Chili
kidding.
Oh, you have to buy
Just
that.
as good.
Taste
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Mark will like that one.
Yeah, crawfish. Yeah, it's crawfish.
Japanese.
It's awesome.
He wants some of that
so that's
crawfish,
like
yeah.
a lime,
Yeah.
a lime flavor. It says it there. Now
Well, that
this
one might not be so
here
bad.
is what? Oh, that one's just lime. I don't know. These are barbecue, I think.
Barbecue, yep. That's what it says.
They
Yeah.
all just say
I'll take
It
one of
must be
these.
hot barbecue, though, it looks like.
cucumber.
Cucumber? All right.
And does this one say what it is?
That
These
looks
are
like
like blue
pepperoni.
They remind me of like taro or like the
Or
blue
what is
corn,
that
sorry.
shit? I don't know. Is that
I don't
is
know
that
either.
was that beef?
It says Lay's. What does this say? I can't figure out.
Oh,
what
it
it
is
says.
blue corn. You were right. Yeah.
Oh,
blue
it looks like it. And where did we see that?
What the hell is the shit that's on top of it though? That looks like meat or something they're putting on. That's weird.
I know. Well, that's what I said about this one. That was weird. And this
This
one
is
has
at
like.
7-Eleven. It's not like a
Yeah, I'm
specialty
at
store.
7-Eleven.
This is.
And so then we go down
Is it
here.
owned by Japanese people or something?
No,
Yeah.
they have all different sections here. So
Wow.
you've got this,
Wow.
and then you can get these drinks that like
Oh, those are
Five
annoying.
Below.
'Cause-
You know,
Yeah,
they
I've
have
had
the
those in
ball
the Japanese.
in the top.
Yeah, and you can't. It's like you're trying to drink it. You can never drink it. only comes out slowly. It's like I want to chug this. Come on.
Yeah, it's got this like glass kind of ball.
Glass
on the top.
ball,
It's
and you think
really
you're gonna
weird.
choke to death. Yeah.
So
And you're
these,
not.
though, I've heard people talk about all the different Kit Kats.
Yeah, they have a lot of
Wow.
different Kit Kats over there.
So these ones are chocolate orange.
chocolate? I don't know.
That could be good.
And they
yeah.
only have 2 kinds. They usually have a lot more.
It looks like somebody
And then
bought
this
them all.
one is like strawberry chocolate
Strawberry.
cake or
That
something.
one might be better.
Then they've got, I don't know what these
What the hell is that?
I'd be going broke because I'm like, I got to try all
My
this stuff.
motto.
Crispy wafers?
Crispy wafer.
Tiramisu.
Okay.
Tiramisu.
That looks-
Tiramisu. Then they've got
Looks pretty
cocoa and
standard.
cocoa, hazelnut and cocoa. And then you get down here to the Skittles. There's like
wow.
so many. It's so cool. I don't know what kind, but all the different colors.
No, Courtney has not traveled to Japan, although it looks like it. She's in 7-Eleven in Colorado area, I guess, right?
Yeah, in
Courtney?
Colorado. Yep, Colorado.
Yeah.
And this one is cool. It looks like a little boba tea or something, the way they shaped it.
Nice. Yeah.
Like a milk tea. There was one more. Oh, and then this that people keep talking about. Have any of you seen this on YouTube?
Pistachio
TikTok?
butter?
Yeah, people are like raving about it on TikTok and stuff. But yeah, so this is like the whole like
All right, you got
section,
to
and
buy
then-
the crawfish one.
and then you get into like
I'll Venmo you the $7. You got to try the crawfish one.
I'm afraid to try that one.
Oh, it won't kill
Chili
you. It's been
crawfish. That does not belong on the tip.
that's the one that Klobby would. Oh, no, actually, Klobby did not like sea bugs.
And yes,
but-
Curly,
And
we
then-
have orange chocolate in the U.S., but I'm not a fan of it. It's just weird.
Yeah.
And there's just one more thing because we were talking about the 80s, which always cracks me up that they still
Big Chew is my favorite.
Oh
I
my
love Big Chew.
God.
look
Yeah, I love
wild.
the
You never
wild
see that
Fish
anymore.
watermelon. They've
Holy
got
shit.
out
Yeah.
of here original.
I want the
They've got a
original. Oh my
Curveball
God.
cotton candy.
Ugh.
Cotton candy when I'd be all over that one.
Spam and
Slam the
strawberry.
strawberry would be good.
They're
Yeah.
The only
out of
problem
the
with Big
bu-
League
these-
Chew is
Oh,
I
they're
eat
out of
it-
the grape.
I eat it like candy. I just can't. The Big League Chew. It's like I can only chew it for a little bit, and it's so sweet and juicy.
Oh, that's how I used
that
to
it goes
be. Yeah.
down. Yeah, just eat it. Like I
And
eat
they're
the
out
damn
of this
stuff.
but Hubba Bubba
Oh, Hubba Bubba's old school.
and Bubble Yum.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of what
Yeah.
else is like 80s. Because they do have a bunch of like 80s candy here, also, which is like, and then they've just got some ridiculous things that have come out. Like down here, check this out. They have Selena Gomez Oreos. Has anybody seen these yet?
In case you want to see what Selena Gomez tastes like, evidently.
I have no idea. It looks like what's the
Is it only
flavor?
Murders in the Building version?
Chocolate and cinnamon cream. She cracked me up. And there was one other thing that I remember from the other day that I was like, they've got all the Kinder stuff too.
But we're the action figures now. We're the
Oh, I was
Kinder eggs.
remember you
Joking.
used to like collect.
Kinder eggs. Kinder
Remember how
eggs.
you used to like collect these things? Like they've
Yeah.
got a
Oh,
Care
there's a
Bear
Spider-Man.
top. They've got Care Bear. They've got there's a Spider-Man back there.
I
Where's the
actually
Jaws
got
one?
some of those from the
I
dollar
was
store the
looking
other
for that,
day.
actually.
I shit you not. I got the Ninja Turtle and the Spider-Man in the
Oh, you
black
did?
mask. Yeah.
Cool.
Looking all the way in
I
the
almost
back.
got the dinosaur.
There's more over here. There's the dinosaur. Oh my god! I
I'm
tried to
such
put
a
my phone
child.
through the thing. Hold on.
Such a child, yeah, like me, yeah.
I am a child.
Oh, they didn't have the milk where I was. Damn it!
Oh,
And I would have
milk?
got the
Yeah.
T-Rex. I'd
Chocolate
have got
milk.
the
Yeah.
T-Rex, no
T-Rex.
problem.
They've got like a
Fuck yeah.
100 Dalmatians back there. They've got a Mickey. I don't know. I just remember you
Very
showing
cool.
these kind of things
Yeah.
before, Mark.
They're
so-
fun, yeah.
And then
Oh, and
there's
Mecca
one-
Day says Gomez Oreos, yeah, not from the Addams family, but Selena. But I'm guessing it's a flavor. Like it looked like it was one of Spidey Man. It looked like it was the cake. Oh, what's that? The red velvet cake, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably like her flavor. Yeah. And
And then
Coral
they have,
and Rogue is saying, do they have Star Bars?
I don't know.
Oh, I remember Star Bars. No, I didn't see those. And then here you've got all the like,
The Mexican candy.
yeah,
the
this
Mexican
is
goods.
not very big. This section, which is kind
That
of
stuff is so nasty. I bought some of that at
surprising.
Walmart.
Isn't it uber sweet? Is it
It's
uber
just
sweet?
Usually.
it's not very good quality either.
Yeah.
And so then you know how they have Mr. Beast stuff everywhere? Oh, they took the
Mhm.
other one down. Oh no. So there's another YouTuber now that has a candy.
Oh balls.
Have you heard of Ryan Trahan or something?
No.
Tom, when are we
This-
coming out with candy?
That's just
Soon, I
candy.
hope.
Because they've got Mr. Beast stuff like
What the
everywhere.
fuck?
It's
Do you think Mr. Beast is going to collapse?
I don't
Get
know.
oversaturated? I don't know.
Hasn't he run into some controversies lately anyway?
Yeah, yes. So, yeah.
Shaq. Oh,
I noticed those. I don't know.
Excellent comments. I don't want to eat Shaq heads.
Oh, this is like
God bless
80s.
Shaq. I like him. Yeah.
This
Well,
is
Shaq,
like
he
80s
could
stuff.
be,
Remember, like these things, the squeezy
Yeah.
grossness. But I liked them as a kid. And then they've got the melody pops. Remember these? You could like blow them like a whistle.
Like blow whistles, yeah.
And then they have one random push pop lollipop. And
What about the
yes,
cigarette candies? They need the cigarette
they
candies.
don't have those.
No, those are outlawed now. Yeah.
They've got the candy necklaces. I don't know what this is. Bottle top twisters. I remember they still have these everywhere, but all the little like the hamburger and the pizza.
Yeah, remember those? Yeah.
Popcorn.
That's a whole bag of them too. Wow.
Oh yeah, and then sorry, we don't need to go into that aisle. There was like
Diabetes in a bag. Yep.
where was the Mr. Beast? I saw it somewhere before. He's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Well, I love my Reese's peanut butter cups.
It's just fun to look at candy, isn't it? Oh, here, these are the
Peanut
Mr.
butter
Beast.
M&Ms.
Mr. Beast.
Feastables.
Yeah.
Cookies
He's
and
got like
cream.
a couple milk chocolate cookies and cream, and I think this one's peanut butter.
Oh, the
Creamy
peanut butter one
peanut
looks
butter.
good. I love peanut butter. Yep. I love me some peanut butter. Yep. So.
Yeah, so
Damn,
I
that's
just figured
good.
I'd show everybody.
Oh,
I was
well,
really
that's
going to
right
Big
before
Mix too,
Foodery.
and then the Japanese stuff is pretty cool. So they have
Yeah, that's
quite
fun,
the
yeah.
mix here. Quite the
Ah,
mix.
candy. What I'm not supposed to be eating.
I bought candy. That's what I buy here. So. Blueberry
All right,
almonds. I mean, some of this stuff is good. But go on to
That's
yours.
too
I just
healthy.
wanted to.
No, it was awesome. Thank you.
Thanks
Yeah.
for humoring that.
Yeah, no, that was good. Yep.
Like all sorts of like the old stuff. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my camera.
There we go. Yep. All right, we'll do a
maybe I
little
should-
bit of
There we go.
We'll do a little bit of foodery here. There's not a lot of foodery right now, but since Courtney did the pre-food, well, that was foodery. So, and of course, always want to thank Clobber and Tom's for and Guagnar, and there's the Sunday Night Eatery. So, everyone, if you weren't hungry now, well, depending on what I show here, it might your hunger may or may not happen, but yeah, it's fans of the Sunday Night Geekery candy. It's sweet nostalgia, but you regret it on Monday morning thinking Jolly Ranchers soaked in booze. It was popular in my Catholic grade school. Oh God, yep. Never do that. Yep. So anyway, it was my birthday last week. So of course and it was the same day my nephew was graduating from high school. So she got me a special cake that was peanut butter and chocolate. So peanut butter icing, chocolate cake. So shout out to my sister for getting that. And of course, you got to have Spider-Man on your cake, right? So I'm the big kid, right? Tom, we're joking about being kids, such the kids. So so there's my my birthday cake for my 29th birthday again. So thank you to my sister for getting that. So there's the peanut butter and chocolate. Yep. So that's the best. One of the best combos. Yep. So and there was nice Spider-Man on the cake there. And then of course this was just some quick barbecue over the weekend. So and these potatoes are always good. Always look more colorful, better presentation too. So it's just cooking stuff on the grill. Pork chops, man, these came out good. Sous vide pork chops that's the way to do it, in my opinion. So you don't overcook your pork chops, and you only have to cook your pork chops to 145 now, not 165. So, and there's some elephant garlic because you can never have too much garlic. Cook that on the grill. And I went crazy. I had some root beer that night. So, and then of course we went to Pepe's had their 100th birthday, so they had a special free pizza. So if you went in for lunch on Saturday as a thank you, they gave you free pizza, and it was also my my birthday, so I got a coupon, so I got another free small pizza. So what do you mean by never do that? The nuns never could understand why some of the third grades are a little sluggish by lunch. Come on. And Fox on Park, that's a New Haven soda company, boutique soda company that's been out around forever. But
Oh, is that cream soda?
That's cream soda. Yeah, I love my cream
mom
soda.
loves
Yep.
that.
Yep. They also have a good birch beer, root beer, but I love their cream soda, and they've been around for forever. And our 10 cents now for returning that was pretty good. Yep. Yep. Stewart's is great stuff too. Yep. Stewart's is really good. Yep. Yep. But Fox on Park, it's a small little, quote unquote mom and pop soda place, and Pepe's has always been selling them, so it's really, really good, high quality soda. And of course, here's the world famous clam pizza pie. So your taste buds may vary on this one, but it's kind of fitting with Jaws, right? It's a seafood pizza, right? If you're gonna watch Jaws, you should have a clam pizza, right? So I got a clam, and we got the free cheese, so that was a damn good lunch. And as my wife says, she's right. It does taste a lot better right out of the oven. It's when it's hot. But
Mark, for the record,
yep.
the gentleman at 7-Eleven says he would not eat the clam pizza.
He does not what?
He would not eat the clam pizza.
Okay, would not eat the clam pizza. Well, if he's really hungry, he might. But yeah, it's funny because around here it's like a normal thing. New Haven area, and we eat a lot of seafood here, being by the ocean. But yeah, it's just a lot of garlic, and actually, think of it almost like it's like a garlic bread with clams on it. So that was damn good. But yeah, clobbering times would be clobbering me right about now. What are you doing? Get that away from me. So yeah, put some clams in the chat. Yep. And then of course you got your regular pizza pie, your regular tomato pie, and you can always tell, as we always say, because Nick Weiser would agree too. If it's a good cheese pizza, then it's a good establishment. It doesn't need anything else to cover up the pizza. So really, really good. And of course, get these little burnt spots, but that's the character of the pizza, because you got this, you got the char there, you got that extra little flavor. It's not, and everything, it's a different shape, and it's just cut up different, just everything about it screams homemade. So just it was a really good lunch. Yep. And it was mostly free, so that's even better. Yeah, so that's picture inside the restaurant, and they tried to recreate the oven. That's what they do, to try to duplicate the oven. But look at this, the menu from 100 years ago. Anchovies and tomatoes. I love anchovies. Bacon, cheese, tomato. But look at this, cream cheese and tomato pizza. They don't have that in the menu anymore. Chicken pizza, of course, salami, cheese, and onions and mushroom. But they sell clams on the half shell. I was thinking that cream cheese and tomato. I don't know. But and then the people next to us, look, there's the horror. Look at they didn't finish their clam pizza. They didn't really like it. So there's the evidence that people did not like the clam pizza. So they weren't, they left a few, 3 or 4 pieces left there. So that was a travesty. Why is a disgusting clam pizza touched in regular pizza? Yeah, so it's 100 years, the old reliable hip. Passionate about pizza since 1925. Yep. So congratulations to Pepe's Pizza, and then thank you for the free pizza. If we'd like to sponsor the show, yeah. So there's our that was my free small pizza. Yep, yep. And Lenron says cream cheese and tomato. Kind of want to try that now.
I was gonna say that for some reason, because they put ricotta, and I know it's different, but that kind of sounds like it would work.
I'm wondering, yeah, I'm gonna have to try it. Yep. And try some anchovies on it too. Yeah, I love anchovies on pizza. Really good. Yep, yep. And of course, tonight we had our eagle ceremony. So I thought I'd show the. We had three scouts from our troop got the Eagle Scout Award, which is great. So, which is nice. So they had, they do these fancy cakes now. They can do the scan the photo and. And I had way too much food tonight. So Nick Weiser would have been really happy there. We had all kinds of sandwiches and got to take a lot of some of these sandwiches home because there was so much food. And they had a hot one of the chicken sandwiches had like buffalo chicken. Oh, it was good. Buffalo chicken wrap. So lot of good food there tonight. So that's our foodery. But and to get that if you didn't like seeing the clam pizza, I guess here we go. We'll cover up with some bacon wrap meatballs. Just in case the clam didn't do it for you. But let me thank the channel members, of course. Let me take this. Oh, is that Walter?
Yeah, that's the heavy panting that you've been hearing.
What does he want? Candy?
No, he just doesn't like the car. We're around the corner from my house, so he's just.
Oh, okay.
See,
yeah.
is awesome. He was supposed to go back tonight, but he's gonna go back tomorrow. But he's got his mom. His mom.
Cute, yeah.
Walter, say hi to everyone. Say hi.
Hey, Walter.
He looks pissed, doesn't he? And I just wanted to tell you,
yeah, because he wanted those. He wanted some candy in there.
those Pringles. I'm just too afraid. I don't know. I feel like
He wanted the crawfish Pringles. Yep.
Yeah. I don't think he'd eat that. He's actually a really picky eater. But I got a sticker in there. And the guy that works in there, his name is Chewy, like Chewbacca.
Ah, Chewbacca. Yeah.
But the sticker says the best thing ever. It says, "Be patient with me. I'm from the 1900s." And I was like, "Oh my God!" He gave it to me, and he's born in 2005. So I'm like, I feel so old. But we're from the 1900s. Like, that sounds like crazy now. When you think about it. So. All right, I'll let you finish what you're doing. I'm sorry.
No, it's all great. Yeah. And Phantom says the bacon meatballs would be better. And Walter's says in his belly says Walter. Yep.
Oh, Walter would eat those. Absolutely.
Yeah, he would eat the bacon meatballs. Yep.
100%.
Well, let us thank the channel members who help keep us on the air. So I want to thank in no particular order. This is downloaded from the YouTube. So, but thank you again to all the channel members. So, Mr. Angel, Alexander Tan, BJ Play Nice, Classic Comics, Watcher X, Soupcan, Lenrod, Wolvie of the One Quarter Jew, Lisa, Phantom Outsider, Wes Cagle, Professor R2, Philip Story, Dadman, The Mandalorian, Stark of Iron, Nick Weiser, Shooter the Emu, DJ Ronnie G, RobAltis, RTNZ, Max Redstone, Christian Delorme, 70s Rock Fan, Dave C, Andy Drew of Jill, JT Kirk, and Brian Hepburn. So thank you very much to all the channel members. Thank you, Courtney, for being here and with that awesome tour of 7-Eleven with all those cool foods. Thank you, Tom. I don't think we talked about Jaws enough tonight, so we're going to have to schedule another Jaws show tomorrow. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe next week.
We didn't cover Jaws 2 and 3 enough, so
no.
Yeah, but it was fun to geek out on Jaws with you.
Tom is the expert on
Tom knows his Jaws.
Everything.
Yeah. And let's just say goodnight to a few people in the chat scrolling back because we've been here 4 hours. But want to thank Lenrod, Oliver, Phantom. Let's see, Mecha J, RobAltis, and of course, thank you, Tom, for sending everyone over from Midnight's Edge. Much appreciated. Corellin Rowe, great to meet you on Sunday Night Geekery. E. Clay is here. Caleb, J. Price, RobAltis, and let's see, I said Phantom, Classic Comics, Johnny Skinwalker. Thank you, Johnny. Great comments tonight. Even though you didn't like Tintin, that's okay. Yep. Caleb, Abo Army. Let's just go back a little bit more. We'll scroll back. I did say Classic Comics, the Stream Elements bot. Thank you. And I think I got everyone who's still active in the chat. And if I didn't get you, that's because I've got a bad memory. And Halder was there. Yep. And if I didn't mention, and Donnie left, but good night, Donnie. All right, and DJ Night, of course. Yep. So thank you, everyone. This was a lot of fun hanging out with you all tonight, and have a great, safe week. And Courtney, sure, yeah. Courtney,
yeah, I posted it in the back. I have to post it on the YouTube side. But tomorrow on that 70s Rock Fan on his channel at 5 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to put the link on the right part of it, we're doing a Brian Wilson tribute.
Oh, I might try to join that one.
It's going to be really, he had an interesting life. I mean,
Oh,
He
incredible!
went
Yep.
through a lot with mental illness and stuff like that. So, but it's going to be really cool. And the
True
Beach Boys are
genius.
like one of my favorite, like, well,
And he's
not
going
one
to
of
do
my favorite
part of that
bands.
on Rumble. I think he'll move to Rumble so we can play music, right?
Yeah. But Pet Sounds is like just such an amazing.
I just
Oh, it did
listened to that
show up
again
the way.
yesterday.
I just did it
Yep.
again. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. I didn't know that I could do it from the other side. So.
Yep, you
But
got
yeah,
it. Yep.
you can click
So,
on that
yep,
and set a
that's
reminder
70s
if
rock
anyone's
scene.
interested. It'll be fun.
Yep, great stuff. Yep. Oh, and good night, Tim Hayes. Yep, great to see you. Yep. And Tom, what you got? Anything specific on Midnight's Edge tomorrow?
Morning show for sure. Other
Yep.
than that, I don't know. We'll probably have a video drop or something. Who knows?
Yep.
But yeah, I'm sure we'll be busy. Plenty busy as always.
Tom's always busy. Yep. And
Buzzle.
great. And if you're not subbed to Tom and Midnight's Edge, I'm sure everyone here is. But just in case, let me put your link in the chat here. And let me put that 70s rock fan in the chat here. And Brian, shout out to Brian for sending me that cool 70s rock fan hat. I've got one of 3 in the world, so it's a massive collector's item. Hopefully I won't. Maybe I'll have to sell on eBay for quite a. Just kidding, Brian. But thank you for sending that. And here's Courtney's channel too. Please sub to Courtney if you haven't. And yeah, it was great hanging out with you guys. Yeah, it was fun. God, it was fun talking Jaws. And I got some stuff I can tell you after the show, Tom, that I can't say on air about Jaws, but I'll let you know in a second. But everyone, yeah, that was a lot of fun tonight. Have a great week. Stay cool if you're in that hot zone, and we'll catch you on the next Catch Sunday Night Geekery. Yeah, and see you on Pet Sounds is a classic, so everyone check that show out on Monday. So. All right, everyone. Have a great week. And we'll see you on the next one. Take care, everyone. Now, where's my confounded outro? Oh, here it is. Yep. There we go. Oh, I got to play. We didn't play Dad Man, so Dad Man didn't show up. So here we go. We'll play a couple clips on the way out.
Over that way.
God damn it, Mark. Jeez.
No bloody A, B, C, or D.
I protest. I am not a merry man.
Fun storming the castle.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Still here? It's over. Go home.